Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, August the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So on a personal note, I did short that SLQT. It's an earnings play. It was an all-time low. I shorted it just underneath 10. I've covered most in that 955 area. I think I posted all that. Spread was a little bit crazy at some points, but at any rate, not a bad one. Reason I short these in the pre-market, I don't have to worry at all about the uptick rule. That was down, of course, way over 10%. So easy to get the shorts. Other things happening. Okay, William. Other things happening. BLUW, Blue Water Acquisition. So this is a SPAC, and announces change of special meeting of shareholders to August the 27th. So big pop for this one, 178%, $18. This is not shortable, unfortunately, for me at Interactive Brokers. It might be, William, but you know me. And of course, SPRT still, let's see, SPRT still super active. What did it get to? All the way up to 1550. Big volume all of a sudden came in. You know, there was the volume at the beginning. This is all pre-market, of course. All of a sudden, some big volume came in. It's actually getting closer and closer to a lifetime high rate, or a high. Why? A little bit skeptical on this one, but anyway, the news is that the company wants to, top shareholders plan to take private deal up to $8 billion. I thought I saw $75 to $80 or something like that. Now that's their plan, whether it happens or not. But that's the big jump for YY, China stock. Triple U. I know this one was watched yesterday. No new news on it. Just a continuation of its move over the last couple of days. I don't see any new news on it. Ride, taking a ride up here. Ride is taking a ride, and the reason, whoops, yeah, you see this symbol look up, just needs a little more fine tuning. Anyway, so Ride is up, a new CEO. The new CEO used to have something to do with being the CEO of one of Icon's units, I think. So anyway, that is the big reason for the big pop for Ride. GSMG. All right, so it's holding now. Okay, it is holding. Couldn't see any news. Okay, now I do. Purchase agreement up to $10 million at $3.50 a share or something to that effect. YSG is a little, well, first of all, let's take a look at the SLQT. It's an earnings play. Another one of those smaller ones making all-time lows. All right, so that got me really interested. It already gapped down, so I waited for that little break under 10, took it, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to have a little bit left, not a lot. I have a little bit left though. See if it continues down once the market opens. But the same thing with the YSG. It's an earnings play, I do believe. YSG. Okay, YSG is an earnings play. And another one at an all-time low. Kind of waiting to see if it can take out 5. You guys are talking about NRXP. I've got that on my list also, NRXP. So, let's see. To work with clinical cardinal health to ensure efficient distribution of potential therapies. So, that's your big news release. Low float, 18 million in the float. RDHL, this is a double here, guys. Now, I don't mean a double in price, but earnings play, but also it's a virus play. RDHL coming right now. This is shortable for me. Right into that 200-day moving average. Look what it did yesterday. 765 is the 200-day moving average. And what did it get to? Got to 765, right to it. It's hovering just below it. It's struggling to get through that. But it's a virus play, plus it released earnings. KXIN. Acquisition news. KXIN. Starting to fade though. Yeah, got up to 410. Starting to fade quite badly. Acquisition news for KXIN. Flowers, FLWS. Yeah, we need some work on this for sure. Just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, please, guys. Getting some feedback on this build. All right, so Flowers, FLWS, is an earnings play, and it is, well, it's trying to recover a little bit here. FLWS, there's a 200-day moving average, so gap down below the 200-day moving average. Morning real. Ascend, so you saw this one yesterday. It got halted for quite a while. Ascendis, I guess. And let's see, early approval for its drug, plus it's an earnings play. Okay, so big gap up for ASND. This got halted. I think it only opened after hours. And PSTG, yes, that's on my list too. PSTG, I don't know if it's an earnings play. I think it might be an earnings play. Just a minute. Yeah, you see, there's a little, not bug. I don't want to call it a bug, but with this company lookup, depends on how you click on it. Yeah, so this is an earnings play. Yeah, so it is an earnings play. Released earnings after hour, Pure Storage. Haven't seen this one for a while. It used to be a super active stock. Haven't seen this one for quite a while though. But, you know, it is broken out, but probably some resistance not that far away. By the way, this is moving down. Looks like there's a financing. Yes, there is a financing. You can almost tell. ADTX, a financing, just announced $11 million financing. Just announced it. Well, at least they did it before the market opened. Kudos. All right, guys, I'm just going to do a quick check. Couldn't do this yesterday. Had all that, had the issues with the build. But let's do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Again, not too many of each. Well, ADTX just getting hammered on that financing news. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I want to check one here. Okay, so Zoom got an upgrade. Okay, ZM got an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Okay, let me get the downgrades in now. YSG underneath 5 now. A couple of downgrades for SLQT. Nordstrom downgraded by Morgan Stanley after their earnings yesterday. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, SPRT is a at this point right now is a difficult intraday trader. You either got to believe that it's going to move higher as a longer term swing, but as an intraday trader, it can be a little bit tough to hold. All right, let me just take a look. Let's take a look at the sectors. So right now the market's going to open a little bit weak, but let's take a look at the sectors. See what's happening. SLQT now underneath 950. Let's see. I have a little bit left. Not a lot, but hey, depends how it moves. So let's take a look at the sectors, guys. So is there a positive sector? Consumer staples right now. Also financials. Look at financials. So 87% of them are up. No, so what that percentage means, all these percentages, what this means is from yesterday's close, 87% of the stocks that make up XLF are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means. You know, look at energy. Okay, energy back. Remember last couple of days, 100% were all up. 100%, I think the last couple of days. And now we've got 90% of them are down. So energy is weak this morning so far. I mean, it can change, of course. Financials are strong, energy weak. Consumer staples, relatively strong. And the rest, kind of a mixed bag. How's tech doing? Yeah, tech, 40% down, 59% up. So, but right now, financials are strong. 87% are up. And energy is weak. So if you're going to get into a financial play or an energy play, just be aware what the overall sector is doing. Of course, if a stock has released earnings or has specific news, it may not matter what the overall sector is doing, but always a good idea to keep an eye on the sector when you get into a trade. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, wow, look at SLQT. Well, let's see. Let's continue down. All right, SLQT. Well, again, I don't have that much left, but enough that, hey. And as always, can't wait to see what's going to happen with the option scanner today. It's been so good to us. Look at the even yesterday late. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to help the development guys. But look what happened with SPRT yesterday. A really quick one. I want to say the alert happened at about 14:20 from the option scanner, approximately. And look what it did. It just zoomed up to 15. XPEV, you mean? XPEV was earnings. Yeah, I noticed that. And obviously, actually, it's not down that much. It was down a lot more. That bottoming tail may or may not mean anything, but You know, it was down a lot more when I first saw it. It was down in this area. But earnings play released before, yeah, this is pre-market, so released right here. So, yeah, a little bit of a gap down, 1.5%. Wow, SLQT, come on down. No, it's a SPAC. BLUW is a, well, at least I think it's still a SPAC. Just if you look at the Blue Water acquisition, still a SPAC, but I think they're getting closer to whatever they're trying to acquire. It's a SPAC. Okay, so if you look at the news, the August SPAC merger, yeah, so it's a change of their special meeting of shareholders to tomorrow. Yeah, so previously announced a planned business combination with Claris Therapeutics. Announced today that the special meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. Wait a minute now. Scheduled for tomorrow is now being postponed to Friday. So that is the news. I'm sorry. So yeah, it's tomorrow. Okay. So it was scheduled for the 12th, and now it's, so obviously probably that caused a bit of angst. So I guess what they're assuming is that it'll be approved tomorrow. Boy, ADTX just crushed on that financing news. 4.5 million shares, approximately 4.5 million shares at $2.40 a share. So it's below the financing price. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. All right, let me just shut down my pre-market scanner and get ready for this open. Oh yeah, look at SLQT. Woohoo! As I say, I got rid of a lot at that 955, but we're seeing this many times now, guys. Remember last week and the last couple of weeks, not so much this week, but the last couple of weeks, we saw so many of these companies, these smaller price companies, releasing earnings and making lifetime lows. Lifetime lows. And we spotted those, and man, been able to capitalize. Flowers, I know it's an earnings play. Okay, so this is now starting to drift down again. A little bit choppy, Love to see that at an all-time low, but of course it's not even close. Is my stock window a beta? You mean this, my single stock window? Okay, first of all, guys, the market is going to open in about 4 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. All these are just filters, okay? You can have whatever filter you want. This is what I happen to have. These are just filters. It's nothing to do with being a beta. You know, so when you say should we have, I mean, it's up to you. If that makes sense. I'm sharing this. Well, ADTX, doing financing. ADTX is doing a financing, so nothing to do with financials. I mean, they released, I guess, on the 12th, so. How does it differ? Well, they're raising money. Ah, okay, guys, SLQT just getting pummeled now. And BYSI on the move up here. BYSI on the move up. Now, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Quite to let things settle down a little bit. Of course, you know, pre-market is a little bit different for me. Yeah. All right, there's the VRPX that Zach is talking about. Only 2 million in the float, so it's going to be wild and woolly, guys. Okay, so be awfully careful if you're going to take this one, especially early. Spread is, yeah, it's not terrible for a stock that's moving this quickly. Oh man, SLQT just getting hammered here, guys. Okay, lots of action, of course. Wow, look at that SLQT. Oh man, I don't understand, William. You're waiting to $5 and then you're going to swing it, or I'm not sure. I don't understand what you're trying to do with the SLQT. No, these flowers actually have popped now, but again, it's early. This is early. All right, Pure Storage, yes, I'm hearing it, text to speech. And we have a halt. BLW just got halted on the way down. Just got halted on the way down. Okay. Boy, now if we can believe this, hopefully I hope nobody was chasing this one. The reason being is that I'm right now, well, of course it's whipping all over the place. So the halt's at 27. I'm seeing right now 25.25 on the bid ask, but I mean that can change. Because just as the halt, it was at 22.22. So Wow. As they say, guys, one good trade. Oh, brother. SLQT. You know, you got to get up. I mean, you have to do some pre-market work, but when you recognize something that is making an all-time low on earnings, taking out, like for me anyway, a real important psychological number of 10, you know, I mean, it's, you know, YSG is the same. I don't know if I can get it where I want it. YSG is another all-time low. A little bit more whippy though. Look how a little more whippy YSG is compared to the SLQT. So it's not quite as, I mean, oh, wow. Yeah, TCAT got halted on the way up. Okay, so keep an eye on Dolphin, guys, DLPN. These have been super active. See if Dolphin DLPN is following suit a little bit. I think Copen is an earnings play. I did see it. I think Copen's an earnings play. No, it is not an earnings play. There was a reason. I mean, I see. Okay, yesterday, after hours, CEO buys 50,000 shares. I guess that's the reason for the pops. KOPN. Now we have a early one from the option scanner. Now look at the 200-day moving average, 649. So again, you know, I look at that and I go, I mean, listen, it could keep moving from here, which it is. I mean, the alert was at 623, moving a little bit, but that could stall it, guys. I mean, that's not that far away. 649, it's not that far away. I may be completely wrong. It may just blow right through that. I mean, if it can do that, then the next area would be around that 680 mark. Excuse me. Oh. What a way to start the day, guys. Why does that happen? SLQT. Well, William, again, what is your plan here on this SLQT? You're not long. I hope you're not long. Look at Nordstrom's, guys, down through 30 now. JWN. This was yesterday, of course. Yesterday on earnings. Market reacted just in a terrible way after kind of a build-up the first 4 days before it released earnings. Okay. I just hate cheering against your position, but okay. And we have Blue W just resumed. So actually that was a bit of a fake out then, guys. So when I say a bit of a fake out, because initially it looked like it was going to open around 22 to 25, but it is still basically, it got halted at 27, and it's basically open at 27. Little bit of a pop, very low float. Be awfully careful if you're going to dabble in something like this. Ooh, big pop for Pfizer, guys. PFE, big pop for Pfizer here. Nice volume coming in. Look at this nice little pop here. So yesterday's high was 48.28. See if it takes that out. All right, ASTS on the move also. Space Mobile, or whatever, however you want to call it. Probably a lot of resistance around, just underneath 11 for ASTS. What's the market doing? So Dow's up, tech is down just a little, SPY's down a little, so minor disconnect right now with the market. Minor. All right, PSTG, yes, on the move. Wow, so really on the move here. Again, it's early. And yeah, I mean, listen, I'm going to miss these ones. I'm going to miss them. I'm prepared to miss them. Okay. I just don't like taking these trades this early. I just find sometimes it can just be a little too whippy. But hey, I mean, there's no disputing the fact that this is on the move. And what is the high looking here is 24.74. So it is above that high. So the next high looking left on the monthly anyway is all the way up to almost 30. So this still has a lot of room. Hey guys, I'm just about out of the SLQT. This flirting with 8 again. Just about completely out of it. Okay guys, so again with that Copen, again, just because we get something in the option scanner doesn't mean, just pile into it. That 200-day was pretty darn close. You just see it right there, right on the daily chart. A&F, I don't know when they have earnings. Well, they have earnings now, pre-market. This is a lot like JWN, guys, Nordstrom's. A&F. The next low looking left on the daily chart is 34.36. Takes that out, look out below. I mean, really, takes that out. I mean, there's nothing really holding. Look at this monthly chart. It looks so much like JWN. I'm going to stick an alert down here, 34.20 or so. I mean, JWN was sort of almost an all-day short yesterday. MRAM on the way up. MRAM, what are you doing? All right, MRAM. Why? Don't see any specific reason for MRAM being up. Not an earnings play. Low float, 15 million in the float. Nice gap up. This is, of course, a semi in the semi sector. So when we look left, what do we see? Have to go to really have to go to a weekly chart to see the next high, and that would be 615. So it's right at that level. Wow, it's just popped through that. The next high is 639. Could stall there. If you can get through that, then 688. So I mean, it's got room. Not very much volume though. Sorry about that. I thought the volume was more. I thought it was 730,000. So the volume is not much more. There's not much to speak of. So. A and F guys, A and F. I mean, this is it below now? It's all right. It's below that. I haven't got an alert, a price alert. It's getting so close though. I'm hearing Cody over and over again on the way up. C-O-T-Y, C-O-T-Y. Look at this move here. Yeah, beauty salons, okay? So SLQT is actually showing up now in the option scanner on the way down. Wow, what a move. All right, first 15 in the book. So let's see. Well, there's the SPRT. And now again, it's going to be pretty extended seeing it here because remember, it has to take out the high of the day. I forgot to keep watching DLPN. So DLPN now is above the previous 2 days highs. DLPN. And we have so TCAT resumed, halt, resumed, halt, resumed. So still, now what is, now is DLPN following? Let's see if it has a topping tail also. Not really. DLPN is still kind of strong compared to TCAT. XAR, so much to look at. Man. Well, you're getting closer and closer to your 20 target, Zach. I got to do it. SLQT. Just put a little alert underneath here. See if I can induce it towards Williams. Sorry, William. I mean. All right, guys. Well, DLPN, it did show up on the option scanner. What's the next high looking left? Is 1474, so it's got some room. But I think you really have to be watching TCAT also to make sure that, you know, TCAT isn't just taking a big dive. See, I'm just looking at this. Like, ANF, guys, continues. I bet you this is going to take out that low soon. Okay, I'm really watching TCAT to see how it plays, how Dolphin DLPN plays off TCAT. Oh, somebody pointed out in the room, David, XR. It's not on any scan that I've got, I don't think. I don't see it on any scan that I've got. All right, just send an alert for Dolphin just above here. The high, see if it takes it out. AEHR from IJA and also AEHR. And Zach is just talking about a cult stock. Okay, cult stock. Well, this cult stock has got some room. 824 is the next high looking left, so it's got a little bit of room on the daily chart. Excuse me, relatively low float, 19 million in the float. All right, guys, Dolphin is really close here. I mean, there's no, I mean, look at this. The next high looking left is 1474, so. All right, well. And here's another one, Zetkin. Zetkin just showed up. What does it have? Look at Zetkin. And let's see, the high looking left on the monthly chart was 430. The next high is 565. That's on the monthlies. Let's take a look on, well, here's the issue again though. Look at that, look at the 200-day moving average right there. 456, that's where it got to probably, 454. If it can take it out, it's got some room. But right now, just like the KOPN earlier from the option scanner. Meanwhile, DLPN, guys, it is actually trading, you know, it's on its own now. When you compare it to TCAT. INMB earlier. INMB earlier. So it popped up, pulled back. It's pretty choppy though, very, very choppy. All right, guys. You know what? I got out of the DLPN, minor gain. Okay, minor gain. I'm still thinking that TCAT has to run somewhat. So minor gain. I had a little more when it was over 14, but now it's starting to really sink. So, I mean, I just didn't trust it that it would move completely if TCAT wasn't moving. So you see what I'm saying? Here's TCAT moving down. Yeah, DLPN, when TCAT was doing this, DLPN got over 14. So minor gain for me on the DLPN. But watch, listen, if TCAT can base a little bit and start to move, the DLPN could certainly start moving again. Okay, I'm hearing guess. My guess is that this is moving down. Yes, it is. Retailers, another earnings play, guys. Ooh, right underneath that whole number 2. And what has it got here? There's the low looking left is 21.34. Meanwhile, Ride is really riding high here, guys. On that new CEO. Yeah. See, he's just not recognizing. Okay, Dolphin is on the way up again. Let's take a look at TCAT. What is TCAT doing? All right, there's ANF now. ANF earnings play and is now below that low right there. Takes out that whole number. I mean, look underneath. I mean, there's really not much holding it up. I think Guess is going to, Guess is another earnings play. So these retailers, ANF, JW Nordstrom started it yesterday. ANF, Guess today, and ANF today. Down goes Guess. GES I'm talking about. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? I haven't even looked. So Dow is still up a little. Tech is down a little. SPY is down a little. So really nothing. Well, there's Dolphin over 14 again. Yikes. I'd just like to see TCAT take a big pop. Unless there's specific news for DLPN, which I don't see. No, I know, but I'd like to see TCAT, which is the one that started it all. I'd like to see it moving also. I mean, Dolphin is just trading on its own. I did not get back into it. Guess, guys. GES, ANF, JWN. Let's just take a quick look to see what I'm sure I know what I'm going to see. Pretty sure I know what I'm going to see. Look at consumer staples. Look at this. So actually, okay, energy's rallied a little bit. Financials are still up a little bit, but consumer staples, real estate's up. When I say up, 58% are above yesterday's close. But look at healthcare getting whacked. Communications. And financials, which were at one point in the pre-market, they were up, I think 80, you want to say 85% of them were up. So starting to drift somewhat. Well, so far my premise about Dolphin, I really do think that it has to move a little bit with TCAT. TCAT's on the way down, so yeah, you can short Dolphin. I'm not I'm not long this one right now. I'm looking for an entry, but only if TCAT has a pop. That's okay. Go ahead. I'm not sure that. Oh, it is shortable. Okay, I didn't think it was. For some reason, I didn't think it was shortable at Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, BYSI is just ripping here. BYSI, a low float, yeah, 20 million in the float. Not an all-time high. I don't know I don't know what the situation with this. Oh well, that way back here, okay. But almost at a 2-year high. These are great, single stock window, having these position in ranges. Just at a glance, you can kind of tell how strong or weak a stock is, without even really having to look at a chart. Then your flowers, another move up. FLWS, another move up. And let's see, well, halt for the BLWU. So this got halted on the way down. BLUW got halted on the way down. There were never any shorts available for me for this one, so well, a lot of action. I mean, remember yesterday in the basic new highs, this did not fill up until quite a bit later. Okay, this MRAM, I noticed it earlier, but there was hardly any volume. The volume is picking up a little bit. It's just inching its way up. Volume is picking up a little bit, but still, I mean, it's 8 times normal, but still not like huge volume. And meanwhile, this PRT just making new highs. XPEV actually rebounded, guys. Remember, XPEV earnings play was down in the pre-market. XPEV actually rebounded, is now positive, probably coming into some resistance right around here, though. ANF. Boy, the key was just taking that out right there, guys. I mean, that low right there. Now it's below that whole number. Yeah, I'd be holding off on the. I mean, look at TCAT. I mean, look what TCAT is doing. Okay, I'm not saying DLPN can't, trade on its own, but it sure would be nice, to have this helping it, in my opinion. ANF. I mean, it's got look, it's right back up. DLPN. I hope you're out of your. I don't know if you're out of your short. So okay, I'm wrong. I mean, this is trading on its own. It's not waiting. It's not waiting for. Yeah, it's in my option scanner too, but I just was holding off because of what was not happening with TCAT. Got in early. Well, the next high looking left is 1474 for DLPN on the monthly chart. Probably the same. Yeah, so it's the same as on the weekly chart. All right, guys. Look at DVAX. Remember DVAX from yesterday? Or the day before? Boy, this just got to be careful. This needs a little bit of work. This symbol lookup. DVAX. So DVAX from wow. So DVAX, the high yesterday was 1711, almost there. I think it had some news of virus play. And if it takes that out, I'm looking left on that monthly chart. And when we see 20, so I mean, this is really interesting. The more it holds over 17 and takes out yesterday's high, could have another run for DVAX. And it's sticking a little around 1710. See if it gets there. All right, I am out of the SLQT completely now, guys. Just as it was, looks like it's trying to base around $8, so I'm out of it completely. Well, guys, guess reversed on me, so I basically got out with almost no gain. It just reversed on me. So, no gain. But ANF is continuing down. Though it is trying to turn a little bit also. So maybe these retailers are trying to have a little bit of a turn. You know, this MRAM probably going to drive me crazy because it's just inching its way up on not that much volume. 7.9 times normal. 15 million in the float, and it's just inching its way up. Okay, guys, there's the DVAX at yesterday's high. However, I think what Real would say, I'm looking at these channels, even on the 15-minute, it's above, not the channel so much, but the Bollinger Band. It's above that high right there. This is on a 15-minute chart. Well, I guess really turned. Well, that's why you have to have a stop, guys. Guess really turned on me. I'm still watching this DLPN, guys. I'm just watching TCAT. It had the big, to compare and contrast the two of them. So this had the big topping tail and a little bit of a bottoming tail here. Dolphin does not have the same look. Dolphin. See, it doesn't have that, it has a topping tail here, but it didn't have two red bars, so it's a little bit stronger. I guess if it can get over 14 again, I'm going to stick an alert up in this area, just because it still has room if it does get over 14 again. It seems to be trading more on its own than TCAT, but I'd love to see TCAT take a pop. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So I see FLWS appeared in my my watch list at 3109, 3153 now. Haven't even had a chance to look at this. Avery, it's possible, but I would feel way more comfortable with TCAP moving higher to drag Dolphin up. I would just feel way more comfortable doing it. Smedley, what are you doing? SMED, SMED. This is not an earnings play, but it is moving down. And the next area, 8, 5, 6. Wow, this has got a lot of room underneath here, guys. SMED. Let's see if I can see any real prices. Oh, okay. So they're doing a financing. 15.6 million financing at $8.65 a share. So it's basically at the financing price. So I'm going to forget about this one. And that's the SMED. Boy, what a rebound for Guess. You know, it is now 10:20, and boy, you're going to talk a little bit about, of course, trade ideas and all, and getting into money management and the importance of stops. Okay, you know, even though my premise, you know, that Guess, it was an earnings play, it was weak, etc., etc. ANF was weak, JWN was weak yesterday. Doesn't mean anything. You know, you got to have a stop. If I had disobeyed my stop, I'd be out way more, basically, instead of just kind of being flat this trade. But anyway, first of all, if you are new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to put a couple of links in here. Dova says he can't hear me. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I have not muted myself, so just want to make sure. Must be on his end. You guys can hear me, right? Okay. Thank you. Okay, just give me a moment here. Just have to pop these links into our YouTube room. All right, guys. So we still have the promo code. Okay, promo is on. So there's the promo code to use. Test Drive 25% off. There's my link. Okay, my link is here also all day in this main room. You click on Barry's homepage. There's the link that you'll see. I'm going to click on my homepage. This is the link that you'll see. Lots of information here, and of course, how to take out a subscription. Use the code TestDrive25 for the 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. This is how much Trade Ideas will cost. So we have 4 plans, an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over that a little bit. Nothing's really happening today with it. You do not have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply the discount of 25% to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, So this is what I recommend. If you're unsure about our product, certainly do not take an annual subscription. You can always try us out on a monthly basis, standard monthly. And if within 30 days of taking out a subscription, and you want to upgrade to say annual, we'll honor that 25% promo code. So, okay, don't start off with an annual. Start off with a standard 118, less than 25%. Now, if you maintain this monthly, you know, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market's open. Now, first of all, these three sections are free. The trade of the week, stock of the day, and the education section. These are all free. So, trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern. All the education that we have is all here. You know, the 20 short lessons gets you used or understanding some of the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, price alerts, the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Okay, so there's a lot of information here. Gets you going, just some of the basic features of trade ideas. Daily support session. So between 12 and 1, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over. I believe it's going to be Jamie today. So before I do take my break, I'll pop the link in. Now, daily webinars. I think there is one today. I know we're revamping our schedule. I don't know when that exactly is going to happen, but typically Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos. Okay, watch the video and getting started. Trade ideas from scratch. Okay, and more videos are here. If you're new to trading, great series, guys. 36 short videos, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, great place to start. And some trading ebooks that we've created. So a lot of information here. So I always say save my link. Because now, also, here are my scans. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber. This is a sample layout that I have for you. And I have all sorts of individual scans, including my moving higher with unusually strong options, the one I really love. Okay? But lots of other individual scans. For example, these are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, shared. Pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So save my link. Lots of information here. Obviously my layout and in the education section. You can take a look at all this at your leisure when you have time. Mute is on. Hard to help you there, Dova. All right, guys. Well, listen, my premise was right, and congratulations for Zach shorting Dolphin. But my premise was right. I mean, you know, I really thought we needed TCAT to help, and we just weren't getting it. Meanwhile, Ride is on the way down. I know Rio mentioned Ride on a cross a little while ago. This is the cross probably on the 2-minute anyway, right there. The 8 AMA crossing down below the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart. Ooh, yeah, triple U halted because of news. May not be good, guys. May not be good. Halted on the way down, but we'll have to see. All right. So if you're new to the room, new to trade ideas, wondering what you're seeing, well, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. This is an example of a scan, and it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. This is an example of a scan, very simple one, called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I right click and then configure, okay, click on the summary. This is showing me what I'm looking for in this particular scan. So it's how you always start off with filters. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. Okay, that's the concept. You always start off with filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you have an alert. In this case, I'm somebody who likes to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Good news. I think it's great news about trade ideas. You don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click Configure in an alert window, and then I click on Search, here are all the alerts that we have. And when it changes to this icon here, these are all the filters that we have. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to create the type of scan that they're looking for. Okay, that's if you want to create your own scan. But as previously mentioned, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I'm sharing layout. I'm sharing a lot of scans. So, there is a possibility that even if you're a subscriber, you don't have to know how to build anything. You can take my scans, or also you can go to our toolbar. Click on New, and click on the Dock Channel bar. And all the scans, all the layouts that you see in here, or the channels, these are all themed channels. They are all layouts, and they all have scans within them. So for instance, if I click on the momentum scan or momentum channel, here's a scan right there called Momo. If you like this one, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. I'm not going to go into the mechanics of it, but you just save it to the cloud, and then you can go through individual all the other layouts and extract layouts or scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and create a layout like that. So you didn't even have to know how this was built. You can modify them, of course. You might want to save it to the cloud, and then you want to look at the configure and summary and see before you save it to the cloud even. You might want to see, what is it looking for. You may not like the price range. You might want to make a change. If you wanted to make it 10 and 60 as opposed to 1 and 50, you just make the change. Notice, there it is. Okay. So what we've tried to do with the scans that I'm sharing, also with all of the themed channels, with all the different scans within, you can build your own layout without really having to know how to create the scans in the first place. Okay? All right, now I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here. Give me a moment. Okay. Oh, I see DFNS showed up. Let's take a look at DFNS. So DFNS, sort of interesting. What the heck is this? Oh, so this is a SPAC. Yeah, so this is a SPAC, guys. Listen, the SPACs can be kind of interesting. I know it showed up on the option scanner. It can be, but they're usually very quick. Okay, very quick up down. Look what it did in the pre-market. Got up to 1326. And it's on the move here. I'd be just, very quick on it. Only one AI channel. Yes, finally. Let me go over this window right here that we call Brokerage Plus, okay? I'm glad I did what I did with the guests. I'm going to show you a few things about money management, but let me go over this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Okay, so there's the Brokerage Plus link that I just put in. So there are two videos here. The first video shows you how, if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this window. You don't need to use this to trade using Trade Ideas, okay? It's a nice feature, it's a nice option, but it's certainly not mandatory. Even if you have an IB account or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. I'm only emphasizing this because we get a lot of emails saying, you know, I heard somebody say that I need an IB account or E-Trade account to use Trade Ideas. No, 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 okay? You know, this is just a feature that we happen to have. Now, the second video in that link gives you a lot more detailed about how you can use this window, okay? And it also goes, and also you should watch that video because now I'm going to talk about paper trading, simulation trading, okay? You notice how there's underneath Brokerage Plus, there's something that says live and sim. So now you can practice trading before you commit money to the market, which we really, really emphasize, okay? Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Our simulator uses our real-time data, okay? So it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. I always like to demonstrate this first, showing you how you can do something on a pullback. Let's take a look at ADAP. GSMG, I'm just looking for one that might see, everything is moving down, you know, with that market moving down. I'm just looking for something that's near a high. All right, well, okay, I'm just going to show you how you can do something like this. Let's just say you did want to take the SPRT, but you don't want to take it now, okay? You want to see if it pulls all the way back down to here, 1421, as an example, okay? This is just showing you the mechanics of how to do it. So you'd pick how many shares you would want to do this at, and I said 1421, okay? Again, this is just the mechanics of how to do it. You type 1421 in both of these boxes. Click the buy button, and there it is. There's a blue line on the chart that shows you, that tells you if SPRT pulls back down to 1421, it'll take the trade. Okay? Just wanted to show you how you can do something like that. Now let's see if I can find one that you must have an old version of Trade Ideas then. You have to be at least on our beta, Mamable. I don't know what version that you have. Yeah, but it's not the beta. I don't think it's the beta, right? Just what does it say? Help? Click on help and about. What does it say? It should be starting with 5.5. BL, let me just see if BLUW is shortable. BLUW. There's the answer. I don't think it is. I don't think it was. It is. It is halted, of course. I don't think it. I'm not. I can't remember if it was. Yeah. So you're in a really old version now. You've got to. You've got to go to download the beta. Okay, from the website. Then you'll have access to E-Trade. Okay. You're on a very old version. Right. In fact, well, if you go to my homepage, if you find my homepage, okay, click on my homepage link. And then you see where it says download software. Click on download software. And just keep scrolling down to the latest beta. Okay? Yeah, so I didn't like that DFNS, guys. I've seen the odd time where we get a SPAC in the option scanner, and I've never really liked it. Sometimes you get a very, very, very quick pop. But in this case, you know, no real pop. So far, I mean, yeah, the Dolphin was okay. The other two were coming right into the 200-day moving average. So again, you know, when you get something from, well, anything really, you know, any alert that you get, not just from my option scanner, you always got to check, you know, certain things. One very key thing, where's that 200-day moving average, as an example. Let's just say you wanted to take ride on this pullback, okay? All right. I'm not saying this is what you would do. I'm just trying to show an example of placing stops and all of that. You thought maybe that pullback's over. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. Okay, it's only a 1 cent spread, so that's okay. And took the trade right at $7. Okay, now I'm going to put a stop at 680, not because that's where the stop should be. I'm just trying to make the math easy here. Because when you get into trading, guess what? Not all the trades are going to work, okay? So in my opinion, anyway, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. So you notice it says minus 100. So if ride goes down to 680, it'll take me out for a $100 loss. Why is it a $100 loss? Okay, so first thing, know where to place a stop, you know, and you probably, if you're sitting there wondering, well, how am I going to know that? Well, lots of different ways. You know, I like to look at a chart, kind of size it up where I think there's some support. If it broke down through that support area, that's where I'm going to put my stop. Real talks about maybe putting the stop, assuming it's from a decent pattern, maybe a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. You know, you can, you know, there's all sorts of different ways to place your stops. You know, you just have to get comfortable in doing it. How are you going to do that? Practice, practice, practice. So that's the first thing, you know, kind of getting a feel for where to place a stop. Second, that will share size you. If you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, what I've done is I'm saying, okay, I will risk $100 a trade. So that is what share size made 500 shares. How? Well, if you take your entry price, and I put the stop, this is why I tried to make the math easy. I put the stop at 680, which is 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, then I can buy 500 shares. Okay, 500 shares times 20 cents, if I get stopped out at 680, equals a $100 loss. So, you know, that's so key. You know, you don't want to, understanding, you know, how much you're willing to risk on a trade is so key. Now, you don't also want to do something like this. You know, risk $100 the first trade, $200 the second trade, $50 the third. Try to keep it about the same. You don't want to get into revenge trading. Risking $100 that first trade, if it doesn't work, then you say to yourself, well, I better risk $200 the second trade, because when I win on that one, I'll be up $100. And I'll take care of that $100 loss, plus I'll be good for a $100 gain. You lose that one, now you're down $300. You see where I'm going with all this. So, you know, it's very key, in my opinion anyway, to obey your stops. Because it's not easy. You know, you start getting into trading, and you start thinking, well, okay, I took I'm sure it's going to keep going higher. If the pullback is over, new CEO, the new CEO is from Icons Group, so it's got to work, okay? And guess what? It starts not working for you, and you just don't want to believe it. So you start moving your stop down. So now, if I place it back at 656 and it hit that, I'd be out 220. You still don't believe it, okay? You're still stubborn. And so, you know, that $100 manageable loss can start turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up. So it's, you know, in my opinion anyway, critical to obey your stop. You can always get back into a trade, all right? Maybe you were just a little bit early. Maybe for all the reasons why you wanted to get in are still valid, but you were just a little bit early, okay? No reason to, because of commissions, to not get out of a trade. Now, and I may get stopped out. I'm going to leave that stop in here. I may get stopped out and just show you how that works. So for instance, with myself on the guest trade earlier, okay? I mean, now it's starting to work now, okay, but I was relatively convinced that, you know, this is weak. Earnings play, JWN was going down yesterday. ANF was going down. It looked like all the retailers were going to continue down. So I took this short right around, where was it? Just around this mark here, and I had a just underneath 22. Sorry, and I had a good little gain on this one. It was moving down, 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 and then it started to reverse on me. I basically got out flat. Had I said to myself, it's going to continue down, you know, I would have been out way more, you know, in terms of my risk. Okay, yes, it's moving down now, but it would have been about 40 or 50 cents more than I wanted to risk. So, you know, just place your stop. You get out of the trade. You could always turn around again. I mean, if this breaks down again under here later on in the day, it's potentially I could take it again. Okay, guys. So that's it. Practice, 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 practice. Now, with the ride, for instance, as it's approaching, if I took this, if I were truly in this trade and was watching the way it was trading, I would say, you know what? Yeah, I don't like it anymore. I can always get out before the stop if I don't like the way it's trading, okay? And I just flatten the trade. Okay, so it took me out. It should take me out. There we go. So instead of a $100 loss, it's a $68 loss, okay, in the simulator. Now, the other thing, it's not it's not a bad example. See, at one point I was up $34 and I let this turn into a $68 loss. I mean, that's not the worst. What you don't want to see is a max P&L. So what the max P&L is telling you is that, okay, if you could have got out when you were still in the trade at the absolute top, when you were still in the trade, so you don't want to see something like $500 max P&L and you let it turn into a big loss. I mean, obviously, so this can help you kind of money, you know, shows you how good are your exits. The distance from the exit price is also a good barometer. When I get out of a trade, you know, assuming I bought the stock to go long on it, when I get out of a trade, I want to see a big negative number, you know, because that'll tell me, great, where you got out of the trade, it's way below where you got out. So these three columns, if you don't have them, you can load them. You know, they're just right click on the column header, go to columns, and it's an alphabetical order. So you can load these three columns. And again, it's a bit of a gauge to tell you how good are your exits. I know what I wanted to say is that, so when I place a stop, that's my absolute worst I want to make on the trade, okay? So in this case, that was, you know, or lose on the trade, I should say. So doesn't mean though I can't get out before. It just means that that's the absolute get out of Dodge. That's where I want to get out of the trade to lose, you know, the most I want to lose on the trade. I can always get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. Now my guess is that Dolphin DLPN is maybe starting to bounce a bit. I'm looking at TCAT. TCAT's putting in a bit of a jog up. All right, now I lost sight of, wow, okay, I lost sight of the ZKIN guys. It is now through that 200-day moving average. So, you know, remember now, the option scanner, and really anything I see here, it's like a watch list. Okay, I mean, sometimes, you know, you get an alert and it dips down below or it stays there for a while. Maybe take a while to really set up and get going. I was, you know, skeptical about that 200-day moving average, but it is now through it, and it's through the VWAP for Zkin. Now it's got some room. Look at the monthly chart, 565. Next high looking left. Let me take a look at Kopin. That was the reason I didn't like Kopin at the beginning, KOPN. But this is drifting down. You know, there was that 200-day moving average. What did it get to? Interesting, because, yeah, 649 is the 200-day moving average, and it got to 636, you know, and then it came back. Now, the Zkin, you know, was not the same. I mean, there's no absolutes, you know, when trading. But, you know, there was that 200-day. I just didn't like the fact that it was just, you know, fairly close. We talked yesterday a little bit about, you know, when you're trading, you should be finding reasons not to take a trade. I know it sounds contrary, or maybe it doesn't even make sense, but you should be looking at something and saying, well, what are the reasons why I shouldn't take this trade? You know, you should have some kind of a checklist of saying, okay, you know, for me to take a trade, it has to do this check, this check, this check, this check. You know, you have enough check marks. Now, you don't want to go crazy. You know, I mean, there are people out there that, well, I've got 30 check marks. Well, you're never going to find a trade, okay? But, you know, you should have some pretty standard ones. You know, you don't want to take a trade if it's near the 200-day moving average, as an example. In this case, okay, it didn't matter. But in a lot of cases, it is going to matter. That could be one. So you should be finding reasons not to take a trade, and, you know, and going through a checklist. And if you can check them all, so everything is okay, then you can take a trade. Yeah, Dev, it's well, it just seems so contrary, you know. Oh, Barry, you're being so negative. Well, no, you got to be realistic. Remember the DVAX? Remember DVAX earlier? Because I was talking about the DVAC saying, oh, great, it took out yesterday's high. But then, as Real has taught us all, now he uses a 30-minute, but the first thing I saw was, this is above, on the 15-minute chart, above the Bollinger Band. That could mean that it's too extended, okay? So right there, the warning bells went off. I said, no, I don't want to take this trade. Now, in this case, obviously that was the right thing to do. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I have a very simple style of trading. With I don't use a lot of indicators. I mean, obviously, the 200-day moving average, and I'm using the Bollinger Bands a lot more. Just as something to take a look at to see if it's not too extended. Now, the same thing could happen if DVAX comes down here and breaks down below the lower one. I mean, that would be quite a drop. You could expect maybe a bounce. But yeah, looking left, I mean, because I'm always basically seeing things that have made a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I don't have to worry about any intraday resistance, do I? Because it's already at a high or a low. So that's why I'm always looking left, look left. I mean, that's why, look, the DVAX look really good. When you look left, it's got a ton of room. But, it was looking like maybe too extended because of that Bollinger Band right there on the 15-minute chart. So that was, I could not put a check mark beside it because of that. Now, here's something else. We're watching the SPRT, which is a very difficult intraday trader now, but still not learning. I wonder if I can, just give me a moment here. No. Just trying to help our development guys. Okay, so notice how this is approaching, okay? Remember I just put in how you could take SPRT on a pullback? And I was just really wanting to show you the mechanics of it, okay? Not that I would want to do that this necessarily, but if you started seeing this, okay, and you're looking at the market moving down, and you're saying, do I really want to take this trade right now? You can obviously go right into the order section, and you can right click, and you can cancel the order to buy it, okay? I'm going to leave it there just to show you the mechanics of how that works. But you can always, of course, change your mind. Now, the other thing is that even if you're taking something on a pullback, you have to know where you would get out if the trade's not working. Same sort of thing. So that will share size you. So, again, we made the math super simple and put the stop at 1401, which would be 20 cents away from where you would get in. Then you could take, and you were risking $100, you could take 500 shares as an example. Always know where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Okay, give me a moment, please. Thank you, Becca. Thank you, Becca. uh, so the GSMG? Okay, so it's not showing up now because it would have to make a new high. It did show up on my pre-market scanner. And this is kind of showing up also in a headline for the NFTs. I don't know if this is an NFT. Also, GSMG. So I'm watching, the DLPN, but again, take a look at the Bollinger Band. It may not matter, but look right there. I mean, there it is. I mean, it's just a little bit of there's the 15-minute upper Bollinger Band right there. It's not above it, but I've been watching TCAT. I mean, you should have TCAT. Should have the two charts almost side by side. All right, let's take a look at Sava. You guys are talking about Sava. Of course, I had a day yesterday. Up, down, and now, wow, really down. Wow. What's the low over here is $65. So, I mean, the next low looking left is still 65. Whoa. So that former SEC guy, attorney, really laid into it yesterday, basically saying the scientific data is erroneous. This is an Alzheimer play. Okay, little bounce here now for Sava, S-A-V-A, little bounce. Let's see if this holds. This is a momentary bounce up. Let's see if this holds, or does it start to cascade downwards again? Now look at Nordstrom's, guys. Again, JWN still weak. And the market, yeah, weakening, I guess, on that unfortunate news. Market is weakening right now. So we have no disconnect. We've got the Dow down, SPY's down, and tech is down. So obviously, if you were looking to go long something, it better be really trading on its own. You know, it must either an earnings play or some really good news that is sustaining it, because the market is just really now starting to move down. Becca, are you kidding? You got it in quotes. Are you kidding? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. You never know. You never know. Well, look at this one, ICMB. Now this is coming into the 200-day moving average, 542. Not an earnings play. Credit management, ICMB. Boy, look at this one. Not very much volume, but the volume is starting to pick up. Right at the 200-day. Wow. My guess is that guess is starting to drop. Probably not. No, actually it isn't. It's kind of basing a little bit here. Interesting. Well, Sava's getting close to your 70 target. Actually just got below it, I guess, just briefly. It's okay, guys. Oh, goodness. Okay, guys, sorry. Okay, what is happening here? I'm hearing HEPS. Is it on the way up or on the way down? Wow, on the way down. Look at this. Wow. HEPS on the way down. Look at this. This is an earnings play. Didn't see it at all. Why? Didn't trade anything in the pre-market. China stock, all-time low. Man, I wish I'd seen this one. And it is shortable. Wow. Well done, Zach, on the Sava. Now we're rolling underneath that 70. I mean, the next low, is, I think I said 65, $65. I mean, there's the next low looking left for Sava. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you're not having any chart holding. I mean, it's way below the Bollinger Band. So here's a situation where you would think it's got to bounce, at some point. It's way below the Bollinger Band, but this is on a mission right now. I didn't see that, Rubber Toe. Sorry, I wish I had seen that one. It's just too late for me now to short this. Wow, I wish I'd seen this one. This is awesome. I mean, all-time low. I mean, we're seeing a lot of stocks over the last 3 weeks. These smaller ones releasing earnings and making all-time lows. Where do I think Baba? There's one I don't trade at all. So, but I mean, if I had to look at it, if you're forcing me, Dev, to look at it, where do I think support is? Well, again, if I look left on the daily chart, I mean, the next area is way down here. There's the next low. I don't know if that's going to support it necessarily. That's $152. But it's not. It's only down 1.8%. It's pretty modest right now. But I mean, there is their next low looking left. Again, I don't know if that's support or not. Okay, guys, look at Dolphin again. I mean, look at TCAT. Look what's happening with TCAT, okay? TCAT is on the move here. Dolphin, I don't want to keep saying Dolphin. Dolphin is on the move. This is what I'm saying. Look at TCAT. Look at TCAT. And here's Dolphin. Here's Dolphin, DLPN. And here's TCAT. Somewhat trading in tandem now. Well, I won't even wait for I mean, this was just a bunch of nothing. Okay, about the blue W. I mean, so they've scheduled their meeting for tomorrow, basically to announce, maybe finalizing or who they're going to take over, that Claris. But I mean, the market's meeting this now with, okay. Remember, it was postponed from August the 12th. Now it's going to happen tomorrow, unless there's some, but that was the news this morning, but market's going, so what? The problem is, for me and for many, it was not it's not shortable. It's funny because most of these SPACs have been shortable for me, but this one was not shortable for me. Well, meanwhile, I really botched this one. I have to admit, botched it. ZKIN. I mean, I didn't believe it enough from the option scanner. We had an alert at 446 in this market. Well, actually, look at the market. It's actually having a little bounce now. Now, I admit I'm not playing too many bounce plays based on that Bollinger Band. I should probably pay a little more attention. Of course, bounce plays are going to work a lot better if you get the market at least not moving down on you. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be moving higher, but you don't want to be, 10 red candles in a row and continuing and trying to play take a bounce, in my opinion. All right, guys. Where the heck is Jamie? Well, I'm looking at Guess. I mean, Guess is actually, Guess is actually holding now. It's still down for the day, but it is holding. So I don't know. The retailers, I don't know what Macy's is doing. I haven't looked at Macy's at all today. Well, the next low looking left for Macy's was yesterday's low, 22.33. So it has to take that out. 22.50, 21.99. So I think there could be some reasonable support for it around 22. Boy, this SPRT is a tough one to intraday trade. This has been really choppy, coming right back up again. SPY's, okay guys, I mean, you're trying to play bounce plays. This is, look at that big bottoming tail right down here. So bounce plays right now could be working, especially if they're stocks that have been just moving down because of the market and not having specific news, that cause them to move down. All right, guys, this dolphin again, I'm fixated on it. I know, I'm fixated on it. See, now you don't have to worry about the Bollinger Band on the 15. Before you did, but there it is. Kind of like this idea, real. Looking at the higher instead of the 5-minute, the 15. I know you use the 30-minute, but I'm going to stick with the 15 and just sort of see, kind of get a bit of a gauge. Yeah, but I'm looking at TCAT and that little spurt it had up to 1340 or so. It's pulled right back down, so oh well. So guys, I am actually going to be a little bit later in the room today, or taking a bit longer of a break. I'm going to be attending a webinar. So I'll be taking off at the same time, but not returning till about 1:10 as opposed to 12:45. Oh, I know you have them all up, but I'm just going to concentrate on the one. I know you have them all up. All right, guys. Well, I'm eyeballing this DLPN. Okay, stop it. I see what I'm trying to figure out what did you mean unacceptable. All right, well, DLPN is holding 14. I'm just waiting to see if that TCAT can just have a bit of a spurt. It's the float, guys. I mean, 7.2 million in the float. That's what it's all about. Not easy, but. And what is the float for TCAT? And it's very low also, okay. Well, I do have it here. I do have them here. Okay, still not. I'm not abandoning it, but the Bollinger Band of the 5 minute. But you might want to keep an. I think Zetkin's a China stock. And the answer is yes. Yep. Zetkin is a China stock. Yep. Or Zkin. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. One moment. All right, I am back. Keep an eye on the dolphin guys. Dolphin guys. I mean, the TCAT is just basing a little bit here. I mean, you get a big push, and this could really start to rock. Or not. BB, okay, let's take a look at BB. BEBE. Haven't seen that one for a while. Retailer, China retailer. Why would you want me to look at BB? Seriously. I mean, I'm only saying, I mean, there's 8,000, but volume is 8,000 shares. I mean, I see what it's done over the last 3 days, but I mean, the volume is just putrid. Did you mean BEKE, not BEB? You cannot mean BEBE. Well, he's saying thin is good. Well, I, I, I can't even look at this one. Sorry. I mean, you need volume. I mean, how could you get in? How can you get into that one? $659, $797 bid ask. Okay. Well, I hope you're right, Ori. You're on your own on that one, that's for sure. If you are talking about BEBE. It's QQB. I don't understand what you mean by now. Is it QQB? Okay, guys, listen. TCAT. TCAT. Probably helping Dolphin. TCAT just tried to take out 13. Oh, I don't know anything about that one, BEBE, so I'm sorry, really. I mean, it's a China stock. Other than that, I have, not sure what else I can say about it. There's no volume. Well, it's not so much liking TCAT above. I'm wanting it to get above 13 and running because I'm more interested in the DLPN. Okay, I mean, yeah, TCAT over 13 and running should get Dolphin running also. All right, so Triple U just resumed, and the news came out, obviously. Oh, I see. It was one of these wanting to comment on unusual trading activity. Company probably saying, we don't know. We have no reason of knowing. Not aware of any undisclosed material change or development in its business and operations that would account for the recent increase in share price, etc. So that came out a long time ago. So now it's been unhalted and is resumed. Okay, you guys have got me intrigued by this. I mean, I don't know why you're looking at BB at all, but I mean, I understand what's happened over the last few days, but I mean, unless this is wrong, there's 8,000 shares that are traded. I mean, so it is an incredibly thin stock. So I don't know what to say. I mean, it's 759, 797. Where are you going to get into this thing? All right, there's TCAT and Dolphin. Triggering, guys. Boy, there's that HEPS on the way down still. My goodness. I just can't take it now. Somebody asked yesterday, well, how do I know? Well, this is chasing. Okay, this is chasing. You know, look at this 15-minute. I mean, just down, 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 down. I mean, maybe a minor argument, sort of based here a little bit on the 5. Wow, look at Dolphin, guys. Again, there's the T-Cat, and now there's the Dolphin move, right? But remember, guys, these are traders, okay? I mean, I don't know what Dolphin's going to do. Well, it wasn't so much, it was watching what T-Cat was doing, okay, and what Dolphin was doing. So for me, just over 14 was so key. And when T-Cat did this, pounce. You know, I mean, this came on came on my option scanner. Came on my option scanner at 1380. Okay, but it was choppy. You know, watching the way T-Cat was trading. But you know, when this finally started to move, but you've got to trade this. I mean, I have no idea where this is going. It's very whippy. Well, they're both NFTs. You know, if you don't know, look up NFT, the acronym. Non-fungible tokens, okay? It's that sector. So T-Cat was, and if you're not familiar with this at all, I mean, you just have to look at what happened here, this month right there. What was that month? That was March this year. Look what happened. They all went absolutely crazy. Got up to $75. If you don't know what it is, take a look. You know, just type NFT, do a search, NFT. So look what happened with DLPN at the same time. See? And there are others. I mean, there's WKEY, HOFV. I don't think it's just not trading along with HOFV is in that sector. Well, there's more to it than just that. And it uses, in theory, it's using Dolphin's technology. But it's, you know, I wouldn't even consider it in the same sector the way it trades. Will you guys stop talking about BB? Somebody bought, what, 2,000 shares of it? Anyway. Look at even DFNS is starting to come back, guys. Again, I don't have a good feel for these SPACs when they come into my option scanner, but you know, I mean, let's just take what time is it? 11:41. Let's just take a quick recap of what's happened in my option scanner today. So we had this KOPN, which at the beginning, well, I don't have to show it to you. You're going to see the blue candle where the alerts happen. So there was the alert. at 623. I got up to 638, but I would not call that a winner. Mainly, look at the 200-day moving average. That's what kept me out of that trade. And then, of course, we have the DLPN at 1380 right here, but pretty choppy. But, you know, as a watch list, that's why I say it's a watch list too. This is the one that kind of surprised me, ZKIN, ZKIN. Now it's dropping, but we had the alert there. Was a little worried about that 200-day moving average, 456, but it did pop through it and got up to almost 5. That's a great percentage move. It is dropping now. And then this one is the SPAC. So only four alerts from it. DFNS, there was the alert, and it pulled back, and now it's right at the alert price, 1131. I mean, it may move. I just don't have a good feeling for a SPAC that shows up in my option scanner. Okay, guys, now listen. If you were, I mean, I'm out of the Dolphin now. Take a look at what's happening with TCAT. Okay, I'm just playing one off the other. You know, I see this. I mean, I'm not saying that Dolphin is going to follow exactly, but when I see this action on TCAT, it's all I'm playing. That's all I'm looking at right now. When I say how I'm trying to you know, get my exits on the Dolphin, I'm taking my cue from TCAT. Whew. Now listen, guys, actually I think what I'm going to do is I will take my break at noon. I'm going to do my video. Videos aren't very long, so I may be back at about 12:05 and then I'll exit at 12:30. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Won't really take any break at all. Until 12:30. I don't think you mean HEPN. Now, are you talking about HEPS, KR? Just looking at your post now. I think you're talking HEPS, right? Not HEPN, yeah. Well, it's an all-time low now. I mean, every time when it broke down through 11, it was an all-time low. So it just keeps making, you know, all-time low after all-time low. There was not. No, it was canceled. And the webinar schedule is being revamped. I don't know if that'll be in effect next week. It's not going to be necessarily. No, the Wednesday one may be intact. I really don't know. I think they're going to be doing them kind of every other week, though. It's not going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Might be like a Tuesday, Thursday, and then the following week it's a Monday, Wednesday, something like that. SGOC, let's take a look at SGOC. So much for the news on the RDHL. It was an earnings play, virus play, just sinking now. Underneath 7. Boy, I mean, what's the low over here is 692. You can kind of see if it takes out 692, the next low looking left is 652. Might have a little bit of a percentage move if it got down to that level. Talking about the RDHL. Anyway, I didn't even look at the chart. I typed it in. I didn't even look at the chart. Yeah, so the next high looking left on the daily chart is 823, so it does have some room. But, as Real would say, look at those Bollinger Bands above. Not shortable for me, so I can't partake. Look at DVAX, guys, now. Now, let's take a look, check those Bollinger Bands now for DVAX. You know, that's what kept me out of the trade earlier. Yeah, you know, just kind of kissing them. But not... Well, look at DVAX go, guys. I did not take it, but look at it go. Now, above yesterday's high, of course. Now it's approaching now it's above that Bollinger Band, the 15. It's kind of piercing it on the not quite piercing it on the 5. Another halt or something, or a resume. TSRI was halted and now it's resumed. Nothing really happened though. Got halted at 1075. Then it resumed at 1070, but boy, it really dropped. Terrible spread. 1008, 1045. All right, guys, the time is at 11:51. So what I'm going to do is a couple of things. I guess remind everybody about the test, or not the test drive, but the promo for the test drive. Or the promo, never mind. It's called Test Drive 25. It's the promo code you can use to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And again, that'll run out 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday night. That's not the right link. Okay, yeah, so obviously go to my home page and then where it says get trade ideas, you can pick the plan you want, either annual, annual, monthly, standard, or premium. And I'm going to put the YouTube link in here if you guys want to head over to YouTube. Now, Jamie will actually be there from noon till 1:10. Well, DVAX, I mean, I didn't take it, but it definitely, nice pop. Boy, this SLQT is just resting here. I mean, it's doing nothing, just sitting over 8 at some point. We may get a little bit of a bounce on it, but it was a great short for me in the pre-market. That's Johnny. How are you? Okay, guys. Well, again, looking at, taking your cue from TCAT, and there's DLPN. Probably enough of that for a while. Scooter before. You're welcome. What's the market doing? So the market had the bounce, and now just kind of drifting down a little bit, maybe. I took it under just underneath 10 SLQT. The volume, tons of volume in the pre-market, or enough. I shouldn't say tons of volume, but it had enough volume in the pre-market. I took it under 10. I think it was 991. I did cover some at 950, and then the balance at just underneath 8 at 795. Certainly wasn't low. Wow, look at DVAX go. I mean, I didn't know. Wow, look at it really go. DVAX is really ripping now. And again, I took SLQT in the pre-market because I didn't want, it was already down about 30% or 25%. And I knew I could get it in the pre-market wherever I wanted at the bid. So I took it as opposed to maybe not getting where I wanted it because of the uptick rule once the market opens. So that's why I've done probably more pre-market shorting than I've ever done in this year than in all my years of trading, just because of that uptick rule. Wow, look at, I didn't take it. But look at DVAX go. When a stock is down over 10%, and you want to short it, just give me a moment here. So if a stock is down more than 10% and you want to short it, you may not be able, normally when you want to short something, assuming your broker has shorts, you can just go in at the bid and get it, okay, normally. But if a stock is down 10% or more, and you go in at the bid, you will not necessarily get a fill immediately. There has to be some action going at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid, but you may be in a big queue of other people wanting to do the same thing. So a lot of times what happens with me is I go in at the bid, and it sits there for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, then it starts to inch down, and so I'd be in chase mode, not getting exactly where I would want to get it. It doesn't happen all the time, but enough times that it frustrates me. So that uptick rule is not in effect in the pre-market at all. You can go in at the bid and they don't care for whatever reason. Okay, Jamie, you are streaming now, so you'll stick around to 110, right? Thank you. So I'm going to stop my streaming in YouTube, guys. Okay, Jamie, you are streaming now, so you'll stick around to 110, right? Thank you. So I'm going to stop my streaming in YouTube, guys. Okay, Jamie, you are streaming now, so you'll stick around to 1. Okay, Jamie.
Okay, test 1 2, test 1 2. I think I've got it now. Hopefully everyone has eyes on my desktop. If someone would be so kind as just to let me know in the questions panel or the chat panel, just let me know you can hear and see me. That'd be fantastic. Thank you, Fast Johnny. All right, so Barry was just talking about DVAX. Got it up right here. Quite a few impressive days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this makes 6 days of upward action. And you can see right here some of my, Barry was talking about, being in it, not being in it. Took a chance on it early. Right here, got stopped out, went back into it. Sold it probably a little too early through automation, but oh well. Just kind of a lackluster day all around as far as going long. We can see these volume levels on the SPY right now. Only to be expected after the nice upside action that we've experienced as of late. Alright, I'm getting a little spinny wheel on my YouTube. Let me make sure I'm still connected here. Yeah, okay, everything looks okay. Just wanted to be certain. Now, I was just kind of waxing there about the low volume levels and how the SPY is kind of taking its little midday nap, but look what's happening over here on the 15-minute time frame. We get a nice little close on this 15-minute candle above this 10 period. Well, we might want to take a little trip back up here to the highs. Thank you, Jacques. Johnny talking about pins. Well, there I went too fast again. Got to take our time on this new interface for the charts. Go too fast. Put in the wrong symbol. But yeah, what's the volume like on pin today? Yeah, not bad. Not quite 1 on the relative scale, but decent. Kicking out a little over 5.4 million shares. Hey Boston, just reading your question here. Can you help build me a scan that will generate a list for a pullback and close below the 20 period moving average and then close above the 20 period average the next day? Well, that's 2 different parts right there. So we could easily devise a top list or an alert window that's going to show you stocks closing below the 20 period moving average, but then you would have to plug them into, well, I guess if you had proximity, I tell you what, let's just do a little experiment here. Oops. Reactivate my pointer here. Let's just start with a top list. Start it from scratch. So Boston, you got any requirements on your min-max pricing? There's some simple metrics at me like minimum maximum price and any volume requirements that you might prefer there. And we'll see what we can drum up. Alright, so just over $2, easy enough. And as far as volume goes, you know, you can go the traditional route, 5-day, 10-day, or 30-day average, or you can just say something that I lean to more these days. Volume today, it's had to have traded X amount of shares, could be 100,000, 200,000, whatever. But just throw some volume metrics at me, and then we'll continue. 200,000 on the 10-day, okay. All right, easy enough. Now, as far as the basic columns go, everybody likes to see symbol. I tell you what, we'll just throw volume today in there as well. Maybe relative volume just as a heads up. Just to get another column in there, looks kind of odd with just two lonely columns. Okay, and now, real quick here, just a quick check. DVAX continuing. Skin. Taking its sweet time today, but working nonetheless. Okay, good. All right, now let's talk about that 20 period. It was the... Okay, so... it had me confused there. I was like, okay, now we're bringing in the 200 period, but you said 200,000 on the 10-day. Okay, so first part of the equation, a pullback and close below the 20 MA. All right. One second here, I got to refresh my memory. Can't remember. Right. All right, so we're going to install the change from 20-day. We'll just use percent for now. So it's got to be closing below the 20 period. Now, the next question, you want it to be a smidge. Okay, what's the maximum away to the downside from the 20 period? You know, in other words, what if it's already 2% through the 20 period moving average? Is there a downside limit through the 20 period that you'd like to cap it at? Like it can't be more than 1% below, or can't be more than 5%. In other words, do you want it to be right there at the precipice? Because obviously if the next day you're wanting it to be back above, well then that percentage through the moving average might be important. 1%, 2%, no more than 2%, something like that. Okay, so no more than 5% below, right? Let's see here. I have to use the tab that the price is above, the price is at. Nope, the price is at least. No, that's going to be. Okay, -5 in the min, 0 in the max. The price is no more than 5% below the 20-day, or the price is at. So the next question about this, do you want it to be a minimum percent? It's not going to be more than 5%, but how much below it do you want it to be? At least 1%, or could it be 0.5%? And then I'll know what to put over here in the max field. So we got the max. What's the minimum? At least 1%? At least 0.5%? Minus 0.01 then. Okay. The price is between minus 1/100%, but no more than 5% below the average. Okay. Now we're also going to show the column. Okay, now #20-day, where's my 20? My 20 is in the red here. You can see the 20 period right here on the daily. ABVC currently 4.5% below. Now, going back to your original request, the pullback, okay? So, are you requiring, you know, hey, the stock was above, but then it took a severe pullback of X amount? Or is it really just, is this the key factor? It's got to be below the 20 period, but not more than 5%, not less than 1/100th, so just barely under it. Or do we need to fold in the move down before? Because we could easily install a column, all right, the change filters. Of course, we have different time frames. So you could just add it, and that way you could look. Of course, they're going to be limited to the time frames that we have here. So you tell me, do we need to install one of these change columns to see how much the stock has moved down before it fell below the moving average? Which brings up a good question, Boston. Are you going to be looking at these all throughout the day? Or, you know, for example, a lot of people here lately have been looking at the last 30 minutes. Find the stocks that are closing in the last 30 minutes, generate the list. Then we're going to use that list for the next day to watch those stocks to see if they pop back above the 20 period. Okay, I'm just reading your input there. What to capture a pullback? So maybe position in range 75 and position in 5-day range 25 max. All right, well, let's just plug that in and see what we get. Okay, so are you going to be making these trades in the post market or just watching? Okay, so you're not going to be entering the trades, obviously, just because they're below. You're going to watch them the next day, point that list to a different window or the same window even, and monitor those. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, so let's try your idea first. Position in range 75 min. Okay, but that wouldn't necessarily mean it's pulled back. It just means that it would have to at least be in the upper 75% or higher. Maybe you mean the opposite of that. Max 25 on the position and range. Now, quick question here before I start inserting things. The pullback can be on the intraday time frame. So this is what I think might be the simplest thing, is just to take, and let's start with something like the 60-minute. And then if we sort by the biggest move, okay, so just by using these columns, of course I know it's not close to the close or the post market, but the methodology is the same. So FREE just moved down 1.5%. It's obviously meeting the criteria that we have here as far as the 20 period. Let's take a peek. All right, so we just had a nice little pullback here on the intraday. Of course, we can see the wicking candle up here, and it's pulling back just to below that level. So is this, assuming, let's pretend that this is the last 30 minutes or even post-market, is that what you're looking for right there? We got the pullback in effect, and we got this guy just nestling right below the 20 period there. Now we got another one showing up here, BSY. You could call that definitely a nice little pullback over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 2 hours, right? And we can see 62.70 right below the 20 period there. No, I got you. I got you. But these symbols that we're seeing right now, BSY, nice pullback right at that level for the 20 period. Notice the red line, which is the 20 period. Because if these are conducive to what you're looking for, well then post-market or the last 30 minutes, all you have to do is peruse this list, put the symbols that you want into a custom list, and then you could even use the same top list for the next day to see, well actually without the, we would remove the min-max from the 20 period. So, keep in mind if let's just say that these were all the stocks that made the list, which obviously they're not. On the next day, if you removed these guys and just changed it and said, hey, now we go the other way, the stock has to at least be, 0.01 above, but no more than 5% away, right? And I'm just kind of flipping your requirements there, right? Well, then all of a sudden, if you were pointing that list, then you would have the stocks that were either right above, barely, all right? Of course, it would be a custom list that you use this list to generate. So Boston, does that make sense? Am I on the right track here, or do I need to do something completely different? And while I'm waiting for you to come back at me on that, here we are only looking at a brief number of stocks. Well, all of a sudden, if I take that to 200 instead of 35, well, we've got a lot more things to look at here. All right. So ABVC looks like, oops, wrong way, sorry. Got to go the other way. All right, so COE, nice little 3%, 3.6% pullback lately, and just nestling up right below that 20 period, about 3.6% below it. Okay. All right. So if this list is generating ideal candidates, keep in mind, we were only looking at 35 symbols earlier, but now, if you want to see more, we could easily take this from 200 to 300, 400, and you'll get lots of things to look at. But let's say in the last 30 minutes, you see, who knows how many good candidates you're going to see. Could be 5, 10, 15, or 20, right? So you would create a list of those symbols, obviously from the tools, symbol list option. And then you could do this a couple of different ways. You could take that list, flip this window to invert the 20 period change settings, or you could do it manually too. It's just that'd be that simple 0.01 in the min field and no more than 5% above it, just inverting your current settings. Or we could make an alert window, and use an alert of your preference. Can't necessarily say that new high of the day would be the one to use, but plenty of others out there to choose from. It sounds to me this is the simplest way to do it, right? Yeah, Avery, Boston was just wanting to find a scan that he can observe in the last 30 minutes or the post market to find stocks that are slightly below the 20 period. Well, depending on your definition of slightly, you can see right here the price is it's got to be at least 1/100% below it, but it can't be more than 5% below it. All right, and he's looking for stocks in the last 30 minutes or post market that have peeled off on a pullback. So what we've done is we know the stock has to be within those parameters of the 20 period, and then we can see where they are via the column here. But sorting by this column, stocks that are down the most in the past hour will help us find the ones that have recently pulled back, right? Like BSY, nice pullback of 2.8% over the last hour. That was the other part of his equation. Not only below the 20 period, but have just taken a recent pullback, right? So you can see the red line on my daily chart is the 20 period. So nice pullback, snuggling up right below. So even though it's not the end of the market or post market, some of these stocks may very well still be on this list by the end of the day, and especially in the first 30 minutes of post market. Let me title this, and I'll just go ahead and drop it into the chat for you. Pull back below the 20 period. Now let's just see here if let's take this up to like 350 stocks. Do we see that many more candidates appear? Okay, a few more popped in up here. Of course, not to say that these other ones might not be interesting, but I would think that it's the ones with the biggest pullback could very well be the ones that are most interesting to you. QTNT, nice pullback. We're almost at the max there, 0.41, whereas BSY just 0.6%. But unfortunately, there's no way to fit both sides of the equation into one scan. It's a two-part series. Find the ones that are setting up according to the pullback and proximity to the 20 period moving average, and then watch those stocks on the next day for the move that you want back above the 20 period. And of course, any other, they may or may not be coinciding with other interesting things over here on the daily or the weekly or whatever the longer term frames that you prefer. Yep, and you guys are talking about volume. I mean, the volume is really lazy today. And of course, SPY taking its pullback before digging in here. You know, look what we did just as I took the helm here at the top of the hour. We got that close above. Looks like we might try to grind back up to the top. Low volume day. How about an alert when the stock closes below the 20 and trades through the 20 the next day? Well, that is possible, okay? But it still can't be done in one alert window. There's no way to articulate in, okay, it was below, now it's above, all right? So that's the whole part of the two-part scanning series here. You have to take the ones that look conducive to you that show up on this list in the last 30 minutes or post-market. Then you can easily put those into a custom list and have an alert window alert you to the ones that are just breaching the moving average. But then again, let's talk about alerts. You know, which alert might be conducive for that? New high might not be the best thing because it might be happening before a new high is hit. So typically when I'm not sure which alert to use, my go-to is one of these guys. And since you're talking about something that was below the 20 period moving average but is now cruising back through it, running up now might do the trick. The reason I go to these sometimes is because all the running up now and running down now alerts are doing, they're just looking at rapid bid movement, either to the upside or the downside. And they're looking at the 1 minute time frame. So those are some of the fastest alerts. So we could, let me just do this. Get rid of what's in here. Okay, so what we do is create a companion alert window that I would then, once I gathered the stocks after the close of the last 30 minutes, whenever you do your symbol gathering and you're looking through these at the ones that have the pullbacks, and you're like, okay, these are all the candidates. Well, once you create that custom list, we don't really need any filters in here if you're going to hand pick the setups based on this top list and how they're closing, right? All you would need is the alert because it's a custom list. You don't really need any filters. And then I would just attach running up now. Actually, let me take that back because here's the next question. As soon as they pop their head above the 20 period moving average in the next trading session, okay? So we would use that filter again. Okay, but now the question is, okay, we want to see it as right as it's poking through, but we don't want to see it if it's moved too far past. Am I on the right track there, Boston? And if I am, we wouldn't want to see it if it had already gone X% from it, right? Because I'm assuming you're going to want to try to get them just as they're cruising through the 20 period moving average. But it could be wrong, but just let me know. So while I'm waiting for your input, I'll just plug some random stuff in here. I'll just say, okay, it's got to be at least 1/100th of a percent above, but it can't be past 1% or 1.5%. But just if you have a different preference, let me know and we can always change that. Aha, no more than 5%. Okay. Well, then we shall do this. Just to clarify, what's that going to get for us? Stock is between 1/100th and 5%, but no more past 5%. Okay. And of course, I always like to have the corresponding column just so I can see the value. Don't really need that guy, don't need that guy. Change from 20 period. Okay, so. And of course, it's just spitting out random things that are meeting that 20 period moving average setup. But of course, this would be pointed to the custom list that you gleaned from this list in the last 30 minutes or the post-market arena. So is this making sense now, Boston? Okay. Use the top list in the last 30 minutes and post-market to find your candidates. Then you make a custom list. Then you point this window to that custom list in the next trading session. And of course, I don't know if you're going to be hitting these pre-market, if they go back above the 20 period in the pre-market, or if you're waiting for the opening, the regular session to open. Doesn't really matter. So use the top list to find your candidates the night before. Use the alert window to be identified when your candidates are doing that thing that you want. So is this making sense? Let me know. And if you need me to go over how to create the custom list and point the window to it, just let me know. I'd be happy to do that as well. And we will also you could use, there's always different ways to skin the cat, okay? But here, what we're going to do here is just see if we duplicate, okay? So this window is using this, and we're mandating where it has to be, here, okay? So let me retitle this window just so I don't confuse myself. Okay, but now we will duplicate this window. Across above 20-day moving average. And then we'll see what it does with the settings intact, because of course that was 11:30 about a minute ago, and you can see right here, okay? But notice, yeah, that's okay, the min-maxes are still being adhered to. I was like, that one looks a little far, but that's within our 5% cap, right? Now if we look at these guys, NWL right there, still within our cap. Same thing. It's just that you're getting a lot more hits through this window because a lot of things are gyrating on the bid, right? So in this vein of curiosity, if you had these windows pointed to a custom list, you'd probably see identical prints, right? Because if we were to just use the alert over here, there's no way to tell it, okay, once it's beyond 5%, We could do this, eliminate the min, and just say, okay, if it's crossing, no more than 5% away. So whether you use this methodology or this methodology with a custom list, your results should be theoretically the same, as long as you get the alert. Okay, so let's say at the end of the day, and the question was, review how do you create a custom list and then point to that list. So what we would do here, and I'm just going to pretend, okay, it's the last 30 minutes, and I'm just going to say, okay, these stocks are the ones that met the criteria and that I felt were the most conducive. Okay, so all I would have to do if I wanted to capture this whole cell is just highlight them, hit Control C, or you can do them manually. I mean, depending on the number of symbols that you're going to have, I don't think it's going to be a ton. So you can always highlight and copy, or you can just type these things in manually. But then we would come over here to Tools, go to Symbol List, create new list, 20 period cross. Once we create a list, we just scroll down to the bottom. Now you can see there's the new list. It's empty. All I have to do is click on it, hit Edit. If I've got stocks in my cache, just hit Control V. It'll paste them in there. Or, I could type in symbols manually and just hit carriage return or enter as well. Click OK. Now I've just inserted 14 stocks into that list. Then to point these windows to that custom list, just give it the old right click, configure, symbol list. Now, of course, the numerical titled list should be at the top, but you don't see the 20 period here. Typically, when you first create a new list, we have to click here first to get it to show up over here. And it'll be hiding somewhere here. Okay, 20 period cross personal. As soon as I click on it, boom, you see it show up over here. So now I just point to that list. Only the following list. Make sure I don't have any other list checked, and I don't. And OK. Now we're only looking at that little universe of stocks. Okay, so just to recap here, we've got all of our metrics. Has to be a certain 1/100th, just barely below, but not more than 5% below. This is what we will consult this window in the last 30 minutes or the post-market. Find our candidates, put them in a list, and then use one of these two alert windows to alert us in the next trading session when that stock is crossing back above the 20 period. All right, so this one is using the running up with filters, filter being the proximity to the 20 period. And this one (20 period alert) with max setting on filter. So try both of these out. You'll find which one you prefer or which one you think works the best. So I'll go ahead and drop these cloud links in there as well. There's that one. And there is that one too. All right, just taking a look at the skin blotter, or excuse me, the skin position, and it just cashed out on a profit target. As soon as I pulled it up, I saw it liquidate, and you can see buy over here using Brokerage Plus, and the sell probably leaving some money on the table here, but oh well, on a day like today, take what you can get. Simultaneously, skin coming through my high volume, high of the day ticker. Looks like Dix is in play today. No problem, Mike. All right, so I'll just push these guys to the side for now. And Boston, that should give you a nice start. And I would try that technique out. Hopefully, it does its job for you. But you might realize it needs a little tweaking, or maybe want to throw in some additional things. But that's just kind of the way the process goes. We'll see how it works for you at the close today and the open tomorrow. And If you need more help tweaking it, well, you can just pop right back into the session tomorrow. And my pleasure. Even in a dead market, there's something always getting up to boogie. CRC. Kind of interesting. Good volume, but getting over into the choppity chop over here, but it might have a, it's well above this little level here, so. Keeps going, maybe might have a little bit more room left in it. Or it might be stopping there. Okay, just kind of reviewing the questions panel here, make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did, but if I did, just resubmit your question. See what you're asking there, MB. Where can I find this video archived? Well, we record all the 5 p.m. Eastern webinars Monday through Thursday. We do not record the daily support sessions because it would just take up way too much space. Be an extra 20 hours a month. So these are the only ones that we do not record. Yeah, Boston, one more thing. If I only want to see stocks above the 200-day, I add 0.01 for change. Yes, in the minimum column, that would be correct. Same thing, let's pop in here, find it. Change from, that is. Change from. Same setting as the 20. If you want it to be above it by 0.01 minimum, yep, just 0.01 in the min field. Of course, that'll get you 0.01 and anything greater than that as well. If you want to cap it, you just put your cap number in the max field. And then if you didn't want to see it too far above it, just like your 20 period, you could pop a 5 in there. Yeah, you guys would be amazed. A lot of the times what seems very complex isn't really, and the top list can be very handy when you're wanting to find things right at certain moving averages or things of that nature. Pardon me while I back channel a few things. Any thoughts on MRAM? Barry just briefly mentioned the main room. Kind of looked like a swing trade. Let's see here. MRAM. Good software. Okay, well, certainly having a nice little day here, up 16%, rocking relative volume almost of a 7. Of course, this little guy doesn't do much volume. I can deduce that, well, typically, because if we're at only 363,000 shares with a relative volume of 7, tells me it typically doesn't do a whole lot of volume, but who cares? Today, spreads are small, 3-cent spread, and there's volume in it, so anytime that's the case, I do not discriminate. Trade is a trade. Let's just kind of zoom out a little bit here on the daily. So just using my not so good technical skills, look what we're butting up against right here on the daily. All right. 1, 2, 3. Acted as support for a little bit, 1, 2, 3, 4 tap. It's going to be a 4 tap on this level pretty soon. Will I have the moxie to get through? Don't know. Well above all the moving averages. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Let's take a peek at the weekly. And kind of more of the same. Gives us a little bit more of a view, right? There's that triple top level there, or, if it does, I'd have to see a close above here, and then all of this stuff could potentially be in play. But that's a lot of energy expenditure in a week, but most of it's come from today. But my layman's takeaway is, it's acted as resistance the past 3 times over a pretty good chunk of time here. But things do change. Yeah, And the swing trading is still, back to normal, I should say. It was a bit easier there from the V bottom from COVID of 2020. Yeah, Mike. Thanks a lot. Sure. I'll leave my phone number up for 24-hour access. We'll set it up as a 900 number, and the fee will only be, let's see here, $5 a minute. Sound good? You can have 24-hour access. Oh yeah. Well, therein lies the trick. Are you going to gap up? Are you going to gap down? You're going to close the gap. You're going to fill. You're going to false gap or trace. That reminds me. Michael Noss has been developing strategies for the last, making entries in the last hour, last 30 minutes, and then getting out the following day, or getting stopped out the following day, or if it's working and it looks good on a technical perspective, then potentially hold it for longer than an overnight swing. So looking to make entries in the last hour, 30 minutes, maybe even in the post market, like Boston was talking about, and then trying to calculate the gap, of course. We've got a back tester that we can, try to help ourselves with statistical viability. All right, if these things are doing this in the last hour or the last 30 minutes, you take that trade with the intent of getting out on the next open. This is also very handy if you have an account that doesn't have enough money in it, more than 25K, so you're limited on the number of trades you can do on an intraday basis. But this is kind of a workaround to that. If you do find a viable strategy where you enter into the trade in the last hour or 30 minutes and get out the next day, well, that's not necessarily a day trade. So it doesn't eat up your trades, and you can put on a lot more trades. Let me qualify that by saying if it's working. On that topic.
Wow.
Ooh, I just heard a Barry alert. That was the JWN coming through the unusual options. Interesting little level here. Approacheth. It's pretty much already there. Looking way back here from December of 2020. Boom, we're right there. So now it's do or die time. This level's either going to act as support or it's not. It could get a little crazy if it doesn't. And of course, let's just zoom out once. And if we did punch through this little level, well, probably go test 2502 before deciding where to go next. Looks like the AI has been a fan of JWN over time. Yeah, Kevcom, to your point there, especially if you're in a zero commission environment. You know, what is the benefit of a zero commission environment? Well, the obvious, you don't pay commissions. So it makes sense to try to take advantage of that environment. That's what myself and a few other people are trying to figure out right now from an automated standpoint. You know, if we're using statistical viability, you can generate some really large back test sets, right? And you're like, oh, if I could only be in every trade. In the old, before zero commission came around, you were prohibited from being in all of those trades because, well, you'd have a hard time overcoming commission. But now, in today's trading environment, where if you generate a strategy that might have 1,000 trades over a 5-day period, well, you can be in those trades. You can do really small share size. And the more trades you're in, if you're executing a statistical model, the more the odds improve that your actual real world results might get very close to what you see in a back test. Of course, finding those strategies is not easy either. I think it boils down to knowing when to run them and knowing when not to run them. Avery, that's a good question. The question is there a zero broker dealer in Canada? And I think the answer is still no. I think Tasty Trade's trying to get approved in Canada. Let's see if Michael Nas has anything to say. Because if there was, I'm sure I would have heard about it. Okay, Michael just told me there's one called Wealth Simple, but he would not recommend it. Like Robinhood, but worse. Okay, well, so that's all the info I got for you on that one, Avery. Wealth Simple, like Robinhood, but not as good. Hey, no problem. That's why we're here. Yeah, and that's what I've been experimenting around with Kevcom is, things that were not possible when you had to pay commish. You couldn't let a strategy rip that was going to fire off 200 trades in a day because let's just assume, kind of adhering to the IB where they're like, it's $1 plus a little bit. So let's just use, doesn't matter if it's 100 shares or, I think the tack on that was on a share basis. So if we just say, trading small lots, you're going to be paying $1.50 in, $1.50 out. You rip off 200 trades in a day, that's $600 just in commission, right? Well, now that hurdle is no longer there, right? So it's really about just your gross P&L. Robbing the poor to give to the rich. Yeah, that's the irony of Robinhood.
Wow.
The broker dealer, that is. That is true, Avery. That is the benefit. You're not subject to the pattern day trading rule. Um, so there's never the optimum balance. Like right now in the States, okay, you can have free commissions at Ameritrade or E-Trade, Tasty Trade, but the short list is just horrendous, right? All these short trades come up, I'm getting rejected. I check over at IB, they're shortable. But guess what? At IB, you got to pay commish. So you pay commish and get the good short list, or you go zero commish and get the not so good short list. So thus far, there is no perfect balance. It's either one or the other, which is not surprising in the securities industry. Which, when the time comes that we do enter into the next bear market cycle, and Lord knows, might be tomorrow, might be a year from now, who knows? It's random. I have no idea. I won't even pretend to guess. All I know is that we're still in an uptrend now. But when the market does turn, obviously most of the money is going to be on the short side. And, it'd be nice if we had a broker dealer that gave us free commish along with a healthy short list. But we shall see. Yeah, I'm reading your comment, KR, on Wealth Simple. They don't make it easy. Just doing a little time check. I'm just going to step away for a quick moment, ladies and gents. Just going to refill my water cup. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So Michael is feeding me some additional information about the whole, lack of zero-com broker dealers in Canada. Obviously, you've probably heard about Robinhood. They sell their order flow. So apparently, payment for order flow in Canada is illegal, and that's the reason why there's no zero-com in Canada. And unless they change the regulation, there probably will never be. Once again, never a free lunch. Yeah, Capcom, it's the simple things. Can I have a good platform? Can I have reasonable commissions or no commissions? And a decent short list. 3 basic needs that still are not met by any one entity as of yet. And it appears that JWN is not heading further south at present time. Now, since we just kind of randomly stumbled across this, noticing that this area might act as support, looking at how it's flatlining here in close proximity to the 10 period right here. Okay. Now, if we get a close in one of these 15-minute candles above that 10 period there, well, that might be a good little bounce play. Reminds me of, I think this was from a couple of different days, a couple of days ago. Yeah, reminds me of this day. I was in one of these trades from I was in Dole from one of my algos. I'd bought it higher. This little area right here came within literally 2 pennies of my stop. Okay, so I did the same thing. What I just pointed out here on JWN. Okay, They almost got me with my stop. Now it's starting to dig in. As soon as we got a penetration through the 10 period and then we started moving up in this candle, I'm like, okay, I'm going to add to this position, and was able to turn my loser into a winner just based on some simple observations. They almost got me, came within 2 pennies of my stop. Now we're reclaiming the 10 period here. And so JWN, finding the support on the weekly and the daily, doing the same type of little dance down here. We could potentially have a low risk bounce candidate on our hands. And the volume's good. No problem, Avery. And of course, you're welcome, Mike C. You take care too. I was about to say, that's probably an indicator that it's the top of the hour, but Barry is going to take an extra 10 minutes. So I'll be here for another 10 minutes or so. Rumble. Stock's been coming through on a lot of scans as of late. And it is very quiet. I can hear the crickets. Let's take a look at some of the downside movers today. A little inverted horseshoe there. That was a really nice little opening range break there in Sava. A little over an hour into it. Boom, cracked that level. Take a nice little header from 80 all the way down to below 70.
Order filled.
Barry has made an appearance saying he can start now. So I tell you what, ladies and gents, I will take him up on that offer. Thanks for sitting in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, Barry tells me I'm in, so I'm going to stop streaming. Hope you guys have a nice green Thursday and Friday as well. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Holy smokes, I did not take it, but look at the DVAX. What a run it had. Look at the Dolphin, what a run it had. It is now trading on its own, kind of. I mean, I'm looking at TCAT. TCAT is just sort of meandering now, but man, oh man, DLPN just ripped over 15. Remember, the original alert was at 1380 in my option scanner. Now, the other one I'm keeping an eye on is this AUPH. I'm testing another version of my option scanner, which I cannot unfortunately hand out because it involves a custom formula, okay? So this came from it, and I am just kind of waiting to see if it can take out that 1750 mark. Zach mentioned that it's got some good calls, some options at 20 and 25. So it could, but I am waiting to see if this can really take out. I mean, look at the base on this thing. So if it can take out 1750, and I'm talking about the AUPH, if it can take out 1750 on some volume, I mean, we might have another winner here, because take a look left. I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is way up here at 2050. I think that's going to be the same on the weekly chart. So we've got some room to run if this wants to go. Okay, so definitely keep an eye on the AUPH. I know all I'm doing is I'm just putting an alert, price alert around 1750, I think, and see if it takes it out on volume though, guys. Right, always on volume. I'm not interested if it takes it out on no volume. So what I want to see is I want to see maybe on a 5-minute chart. I'd like to see a volume bar maybe at least this big. You know, it's not so much the absolute volume, but in relation to the previous volume bars. So that is my plan, and we'll see what happens. And, you know, it may not trigger. It doesn't trigger, well, we just move on. Now, somebody mentioned the GWAC, GWAC. I know that appeared on my option scanner. Again, guys, it's another one of those SPACs. And yeah, I mean, yesterday afternoon, after hours, I mean, this got up to 1224. Yesterday during the day, it got up to 1170. After hours, it did get up to 12 something or other, but I just said it, 1222. I'm just not a big fan of the SPACs showing up on the option scanners, but we'll see. I mean, you know, it could run. But look at the DFNS. I mean, the DFNS, yeah, it really did nothing. You know what's starting to make a little bit of a move here is this SLQT. SLQT. I mean, this was the wonderful short pre-market for me, and then during market hours. Not in anymore. Maybe, but you know what? I'd like to see some volume. Imagine if we get some volume coming in, like a volume bar that maybe looks like that, and pushing it up. You can try my bouncers toppers Zen trades. I share one of the scans I do share. If you go to my homepage, I'll pop the link in. One is called bouncers toppers. It's a multi, and so let me just bring it up. First of all, just to give you my homepage. Okay, so if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, oops, let me get rid of the note. Go to the scan section, and one of the scans I have is called Bouncers Toppers. Where are you? There you are, Bouncers Toppers. So it is a multi-strategy window. When you see something, when the alert is in green, that typically would mean that something has been moving down and maybe, no guarantees of course, maybe can start to move back up. Okay, that would be a bouncer. You can take a look at it. as an example, like one that showed up was Heps. Now, did it bounce yet? No, but I mean, you can see something has been just beaten up, but it has not bounced yet. But that would be an example. What a base here, guys, for this AUPH. That's a huge base. Look at that 2-minute chart. Look at the 5-minute chart, even the 15. That's a big, big base. I mean, all I'd be waiting for, may not happen, but all I'd be waiting for is just a big pop through that high of around 1752 or so on volume. And that could happen out of nowhere. It may not happen at all, but you know, that's why you just put a price alert. When if you get the alert, then you click on it and then you see, did it happen on volume? It's really that simple. So I see the SLQT did not really move. Now, I do see that SPRT just show up in the option scanner. Now, why it would be pretty late is because it had to take out the high right there. Excuse me. The high that happened at 10 o'clock. And why it didn't happen earlier? Like, why wouldn't it have happened here? Probably because that filter, I'm noticing here, the option volume is 457 excuse me, percent. So it's trading, 4.5 times normal number of option contracts. Probably here, it was still less than 300% right there. Look at the option volume, 145,000. Oh, man. Those are total contracts. All right, guys. So you can see right here that Dolphin is trading on its kind of more on its own. It is not. I mean, look at TCAT. There's the TCAT. If you can see my TCAT chart right there. I mean, it's done really nothing since 11 o'clock. Here's 11 o'clock for Dolphin. I mean, look at the run it had. From about 1380 or so all the way up to 1534 or 1530. Whereas TCAT was just kind of stuck in this range. So this is almost taking over as the leader now in the NFT world. I don't have that in my option scan, so obviously that is a reduced ASTS. Yeah, so you're obviously below 200%. Lots of volume, pretty good volume, but just less than that, my 300% minimum. Nice though. I mean, man, oh man, that's nice. Ah, okay. That's very nice. Maybe I should be doing that. What price did you get the alert at? So you're putting a call to put ratio of 90%, okay? Yeah, maybe, yeah, a little too early. so you've got to, and so what is your option? What is your percent that you're using? No, it's just the software. The scan alerted you to it. Okay, it doesn't mean it's going to bounce. That bouncer's topper scan, it alerts you to a situation like this. Okay, and it probably saw that little bar there. Now, did it bounce a lot? No. It did, it's not. It's just a scan. Okay, that's showing you a situation, and then you have to start watching. You can either put a price alert or something, see if it takes out that high. And if it doesn't, it continues down, then, so be it. But sometimes you'll see a situation like this, and then it will really bounce. So that candle right there, that could have been the start of a bounce, but it just wasn't. They don't all. I mean, if they all worked, if every time I saw this pattern, and then this, and it was 100% that they were going to bounce, well, we wouldn't have to do anything else in life. You just wait for this to happen and just trade them. Oh yeah. It's of course it's, again, you have to understand what the bouncers. Well, I'll show it to you. So let me break out the bouncers. Okay, so I mean, this is what it's looking for. Doesn't mean. Okay, so first of all, it has to, the current. So we've got these, but it has to be down 5 candles in a row below the VWAP. RSI is no more than 22. So in theory, this is all showing you stocks that are being beaten up. Okay, so if I get a new low or a new 5-minute high, I get an alert. Then you start watching to see, okay, let's say I got that new 5-minute high, or I got the new low. You can start watching to see, okay, is it basing a little bit? I mean, right now, I'd be putting an alert here at that price to see if it took that out and then started a bit of a recovery, as an example. I mean, it doesn't mean they're going to bounce, okay? But it's alerting you to a pattern that may have a bounce in it, okay? It's like anything else here. Just because a stock makes a new high, you don't hop into it. Just because it makes a new high or it makes a new low, but I want to know about it. I do want to know about it, check to see the pattern it's coming from and things like that. Yeah, hey, listen, man, like it worked. I mean, I have my bias against these SPACs. I probably shouldn't have, because what happened after hours yesterday. But again, yeah, 1089 from my option scanner right there. Rested, then popped. Man. Okay, no more bias. No more bias. Well, it's in my scan section, Pitbull. You just have to go to my scan section and get the bouncers toppers. I just deleted it. Okay, I just deleted it. Not the bouncers toppers, but I just deleted how I broke it out. You know what? For you, Pitbull, okay. I'll do it again. You are a pain. I'm kidding you. There you go. Well, as far as I know, it's fine. I don't do it. I mean, you know, I trade from within Interactive Brokers, so I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. I only use it to sh- um, showcase, you know, the simulation and action, paper trading, and things like that. You know, again, I always say it like this: I'm no way I'm going to toggle back and forth between a live account and this account, the simulation account. So I just trade from within IB. But I think it's fine. I don't know. I haven't heard any. I know people that traded. Wow, look at this! Look at this move, guys. Yeah, no more bias. There's a dollar move. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the whack. 1089, 1183 now. Okay, it still hasn't moved though. The UPH still hasn't moved. How can you say that the volume is low on GUAC? 2 million shares, 19 million in the float, and the volume was it had picked up 300, you know, on this candle right here, 318,000 shares. Well, I'm just intrigued why you would say that the volume is low on GWAC. I mean, the volume, I mean, that's what we're looking for. Imagine if AUPH could do the same sort of thing in terms of volume. I mean, I'm not, you know, just you know, it started to increase, and then boom. Meanwhile, JWN, Nordstrom's continues its downward descent. So again, imagine if for AUPH we had the same sort of volume push that we had with the GWAC. No, you know what? Seeing is believing. I don't know what indicator you're using, but seeing is believing. Just look at the volume on the chart. You know, look at these bars. Look at the bar right there. Look at the bars here in the 5 minute. Regardless of whatever indicator you're using, I mean, seeing is believing. Ah, very funny. Merci beaucoup. Well, Peter, I don't know. Like, I don't think he's Avery was. I mean, you should stay away from stock with no volume. Yes, absolutely. This is not an example of one with no volume. You know, 2.9 million shares, the volume increased and all that. So this is not an example. But yes, in general, like, I don't know why you guys kept bringing up the BB. You know, 11,000 shares. Yeah, stay away from it. It depends what sort of a trade. If you're talking intraday trading, absolutely. You'll never, you know, you can't get in. Well, you can get in but you may not be able to get out where you want. I don't even see an ask on it now. Well, then you take the BB, B-E-B-E. You take it. It was. Look at Nordstrom's just again. Okay, Sudstrom. Sudstrom's. Look at. I mean, there is no. Let's see. Let's look left on that weekly chart. The next low looking left. So it's below that low. My goodness. I mean, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 26.43. I mean, look at that candle wiping all this out. I mean, that candle right there, the low back in December. Back in December was what was the low there? 29. I'm sorry. 28.71. So it's approaching that low. 28.71 back in December. Now that is a SPAC that is, well, it's not shortable for us now. Maybe it was earlier, real. I'm surprised. A lot of these SPACs have always been shortable for us at IB, Interactive Brokers, but SPAC is not, GWAC is not shortable right now anyway. Maybe it was earlier. This was another one that showed up on this option scanner that I cannot share. Alt right here, 1411, and it got up to 1461. Okay, so see what's happening here, guys? AUPH, so no harm. You know, you put an alert up here. Don't try to jump the gun. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Looks like it's starting to drift down now. You know, later on in the day, hey, you never know. It might pick up. But that is a cross right there on the 5-minute chart. 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA. So, and that happened at around 1738. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, remember I was talking about this, these columns here, the today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. Keeping an eye on them to judge kind of how good your exits are. Okay, just as an example. So remember I was saying, you know, the distance from the exit price. So right now, this is telling me that where I exited is in the simulator. It's 46 cents below, which exactly what you want to see, right? You wouldn't want to see this, of course, but that's what you want to see. You want to you want to get out of something, and then you want to see that, wow, I got out in time, because now it's 46 cents below that. Okay, I was going to ask you. Yeah, thank you, Roberto. I was actually going to ask if you wouldn't mind sharing it. I was going to try to create it. I want to see what you're using. It's just a layout, right? Sorry, it's just a scan, right? Not a layout. Oh, multi. What do you mean by multi? You mean it's a multi window, but it's not a layout. Okay, promise me it's not a layout. Okay, there you go. All right, let's take a look at. Okay, so yeah, so I'm not a huge fan of multi alerts, but that's okay. Let's take a look at this. One current volume is only 400,000 shares. So, okay, 4,000 contracts. Okay, so you've upped that. So this is the 90. Okay, 0.1. Okay. Are you getting a lot of alerts? I might up that, but I'm not so sure. I don't know. I've never used the new high ask and bid and all that. Never. Not saying you shouldn't, but I've never done that. Now let's take a look at the other one. There we go. Oh, okay. Well, this is mine. No, it's not mine. You've got 4,000 contracts as opposed to 2,000. So you upped it to 4,000 from 2,000 to 4,000 contracts, which is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. What I like to do is put. Let's see, how many alerts did you get? Okay, so I'm going to forget about this one then, because this one is essentially mine. You just up the number of contracts. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Lot of alerts. Probably a lot of alerts because of this. Any particular reason why you're using all of them? Now, the only thing is you're getting a lot of alerts, but you're getting a lot of the same ones. So what I'm interested in is seeing, how do I do this? Okay, so these are the number of alerts. So you had, I've got an alphabetical order. Let's do a time. Okay, so here's where they started. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I would get rid of this, of course. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you had 15 alerts, which is not, terrible. You had 15 alerts here. And let's take a look at the relative volume. Now, you tell me, I'm not going to look at these, but you tell me whether things like UMC and RKT and Sabre and HYLN, did they work at all? I'm just looking at the relative volume being kind of low. Maybe you'd want to put 2. But let's take a look at them. Just looking at it, here's a meme stock. I want to see if anything. I don't see anything really. This is from Rubber Toe. Okay, he took my option scanner and kind of massaged it. I'm just looking at the past alerts. Yeah, I'd probably have a minimum volume of at least 2, number 1. But I'm just trying to see, did any of these work? 2520, unless these are not the, this might not be when the actual alert happened. Well, I don't know though. This, hard for me to know. I'll run it tomorrow. As is, just for fun. There were only 15 alerts, so, it's not like it's a huge number. I'll run it tomorrow and just see what happens. Meanwhile, guys, my guess is that SPRT, even though it seems so late from my scan, 1640, there it was. It had a big pullback, but it is still ripping. Well, the only real position and range that I use in my scans is because everything, the position and days range, of course, because what I'm looking at is either high or low. It's obviously going to be right at the top. But position in yesterday's range, this is what I use here. Has to be above the high of yesterday, as an example. Or below the low of yesterday, as an example. But if you're looking for trend plays, you might want to see a stock that's, in the lower half of the year, but maybe making, at the higher of in the last 5 days, things like that. Yeah, I think the put call ratio is obviously the key. Again, I'm going to have to check my bias. I mean, even DFNS. Wow. DFNS, guys, is now in rippage mode. I mean, it took a while, but look at the volume that just came in. Look at the volume. What's the spread like? It's not great, but it's not ridiculous. So if all you did was use this like a watch list all day long, just this really, no, I shouldn't call it a basic scan, because it's got some tough filters in here. That's why you do not see very many alerts. But if you just use it like a watch list all day long, that would get you to concentrate on just very, very, very few alerts all day. You must have got in earlier than when there were shorts available, right? Real for GWAC? Wow. So what are you going to do when it hits 20, Zach? I don't think you can hear me, but and that's the SPRT. Take a look at IC just for fun. Miserable. Miserable. One day it might break out and finally stay above 10. Rani, let's take a look at Rani. RANI. Who said, this is August, guys. It's supposed to be the dog days. Whoops, wrong. Rani, okay, yeah, all the way up to 24, pop right back down. The volume, well, it's picking up. The volume is picking up. Very low float. One of these very dangerous low float, relatively high price stocks. $23 stock with only 3.2 million. That's why you can get the insane moves like the RGCs. So again, even though we may have thought that 1640 on the alert from the option scanner would have been super late based on what it had already done, it was just tacked on $1. Greg, well, there's no way. I hate to use the term "no way," but I mean, are you double left clicking rapidly on the relative volume column? Let's see if I can find a top list. I don't have too many top lists right now. Let's see. I mean, it shouldn't matter, but if you've got, well, you can send it to me if you want. Give me the cloud link. I'll take a look at it. But I mean, you know, if you double left click rapidly on any column header, it should sort on it. Okay, as I'm doing right here. I'm double left clicking rapidly. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, don't do that. I see what you're talking about. You're talking about in the server sort. You're talking about this thing here. Forget about it. Okay. This is the server sort that I. Oh, okay, okay. You're not an idiot. You just didn't know what to do. You're only an idiot if you ask me another 10 times in a row. Okay? Yep, Chris, everything you see, everything that I have displayed is part of our standard service, okay? Including the scans that I share, that scan that Rubber Toe shared. And of course, I don't have to tell you, I suppose, but now's a good time. You get 25% off using this promo code. Well, that'll be up to you. That'll be up to you. But go to my homepage and there's the test drive 25. Okay, there it is. You know, this is what I would do. If you're unsure, and you know, you should be unsure. Anybody who doesn't have the program should be unsure. You know, you're not, so in other words, don't take out an annual subscription. You can always start off with a monthly standard, 118 less than 25%, okay? And listen, if within 30 days you think, you know what, this is great, and you want to upgrade to an annual standard, fine. We'll honor the 25%. But you can always just start off with the standard, and everything you've seen me do is basically just part of the standard service. Our standard service is awesome. Good Lord. DFNS. Holy smokes. See, I'm my own worst enemy. I mean, I was, using this like a watch list, but I kind of missed this. What I should have done is put a price alert, right up here. The alert was at 11:31, so I should have put a price alert, right around 11:31, 11:34. So I would have seen this, okay? I would have seen that candle, but more importantly, I would have seen the volume. I would have seen the volume increase. And that would have got me really interested, more than likely, to buy it. So, that's the whole thing about price alerts. Sometimes we get an alert, and maybe it doesn't do anything for a while, or maybe it takes a little dip. All you do is just put your price alert at the alert price and see if it happens later on. Hopefully that makes sense. Use our price alerts are so easy to use. Just click on new and then the price alerts window, and this is what you'll see. Here's your price alert window right here, okay? And you just sort on the trigger time, so you'll see the last one right at the top. If you're like me, you wander away from your computer, you can put a sound alert on it if you have a wireless headset, so you can come racing back in when you hear the sound. So I mean, no excuse. My excuse, well, there was no excuse. No excuse for my not putting a price alert, at the original alert price and then waiting to see. That's what I've done right here, right, with the AUPH. With the AUPH. Now, it pulled back quite a bit, but I mean, I'm still, if it takes out this high, with all the room it's got on the left, I mean, I'd hate for it to do it now because it's extended. Getting extended on here. Not quite as much. I mean, there's a nice bottoming tail on the 15-minute chart, but if we get some volume to pop it through, so you put the price alert, then when the alert, and the other thing to do is to minimize the window. So you don't have to stare at this window. You just minimize it so that when you do get a price alert, it's going to pop up on your screen. So let's put a price alert right here. I'll put one right underneath. Okay, going to minimize my screen. Okay. And I'll show you how that works. What is the promo code 2? What do you mean by that? You mean it's to take out a subscription? Is that what you mean? So if you click on my link, go to Barry's homepage as it says, and then you click on the link, and then you click on Get Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, see how that popped up? Now that was another alert I guess I had for Dolphin, but see how that popped up on my screen? Can't miss it. I hear it, So if I've wandered away, I'll hear it come racing back in to see what the unique sound I put on here. I know that sound. So I'm not sure. Have I answered your question? Well, the trading room is free. Of course, the trading room is free, but you want the software. It's not. I mean, if you want, access to the software, then it's not free. Yeah, just go to my homepage, Dova, and you can have it. It's called the unusually strong option volume. When you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Here it is. Here are the scans I'm sharing, and here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, among other scans, plus a sample layout. Yeah, I don't use the 50. I mean, I'm not saying nobody should. I just don't use it. No, the next test drive will be in October. Okay, we don't have free trials, but the next test drive, as we call it, will be in October. You're gonna have 10. I think it'll be the same format. You'll have 10 trading days for around $11. Or if you can afford, oh, plus a day, a day is not really, if you can afford $88 for the month, you can try it. You can try it out for a month for $88. If you think that's too expensive, then just wait for the test drive. That'll start sometime in October. No, it's not option play magic. It's unusually strong options. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. The marketing meeting is going to start in about 2 minutes, so I will put myself on mute. Guys, okay, there's the AUPH. Did it happen on volume? Well, guys, I got to put myself on mute. So, you know what? I've laid it out. You guys do what you want to do, but I've got to get into this marketing meeting. So, All right, guys, I'm back. I've been watching Sava, guys. Sava looks like it wants to have a nice little bounce here. It's just toying with 74 right now. Zach is talking about it. Also, this is just some. Whoops, I'm going to type Zach's name in. Um, yeah, it is. Oops. Toying with the VWAP. Okay, 74.35. So I guess obviously if it can take out the VWAP, or is it going to stall there and move back down? So that is what Zach is talking about. I just happen to have it thumbnailed. The AUPH, guys, I think is still modestly in play. I actually took that just as I went to the marketing meeting, but I got out. Minor gain on it, and that's for the AUPH. So, but you know, out of nowhere, we can get some more volume coming in. We had a little bit of volume there, just a little bit of volume there. I'd like to see a bigger volume push. I mean, it's got so much room looking left. That's the attraction of it. And I see that GOGL showed up in the option scanner. Now, no, it's actually an earnings play. I didn't realize it's an earnings play. I mean, it could be interesting. The next high looking left on the monthly is 1150. After that, I mean, if it takes out that high, look at the room it's got for GOGL. Yeah, well, the volume has come in. Again, the volume has come in, and it hit. You know, I mean, there's the attraction right there. I mean, it hit 13 in the pre-market, so it's getting closer. Amazing. IronNet cybersecurity. So, guys, I mean, the only one from the option scanner today that did not really work was that KOPN. I mean, we had the alert. I mean, argue that it got up to 636 from 623, but no, I don't consider that really working. Every one of them gave us a nice move out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that we had today. I shouldn't say that. The last one is GOGL, so it hasn't done anything. So 5 out of the 6. There you go, Chris. Wow. Boy, DFNS. Guys, I'm not in it, so I'm not pumping it or anything like that. I'm not in it, but man, oh man, look at this. I mean, again, I missed the boat not by just not putting a price alert. Don't worry, William. Tomorrow there'll be some other ones. man. I mean, look. Again, there's the GWAC at 1089, and it got up to what? 1280. That's $2. And this one now just running DFNS. It's probably up $1.70 at least, or it was up about $1.70. I mean, I'm not saying these are the easiest because they kind of chopped a little bit, but as a watch list. Yeah, so Sava looks like it is. Did it take out that? Did it take out that VWAP? The VWAP is 74.36, so a little bit above it now, guys. So, and look at this cross trying to form right there on the 15-minute chart. Look at that 80 MA trying to cross up over that 20 SMA. I'm sure it happened down here. 70 on the 5. This is now a little more confirmation that it wants to bounce more. So my two focuses right now are on the AUPH to see if it wants to keep running, and maybe this one if it takes out. I mean, it's pretty. It's I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. GOGL 117 million in the float, but man, oh man, I mean, look at the void when you look left on the monthly chart now. I have to see what happens with this tomorrow. I mean, it's an earnings play. Right, if this is Bermuda, yeah, Bermuda. Well, you can look at it one way that when it took out the VWAP, but there are a bunch of ways. Depending on when you were watching. I mean, look at Sava. It might be hard to see, but there was a cross right there on the 5-minute chart. Again, does it mean it's absolutely going to move higher? No, but there was a cross right here. There's the ADMA crossing above the 20 SMA. So you would have seen it at around 71.46, right around here. Okay, so that cross, again, it doesn't absolutely mean that it's going to do this, but it starts giving you a little bit of confirmation that maybe a bounces in the process, but also it took out the VWAP. Now it has come right back down, so that was an area, took it out. It looks right here, you see how it's trying to cross right here. I mean, it's pulled back. It may be hard to see, but there's the 8 EMA, that orange line, and there's the 20 SMA, the blue line. So again, if that crosses, again, it's sort of giving more and more confirmation that a bounce, and maybe even a bigger bounce, might happen. But understand, I mean, this has been a beaten up stock. So for all the reasons why it went down yesterday, those are still around. This is not like, oh, all is forgiven, Yeah, you should be getting the beta, okay? One of the reasons, well, okay, I mean, it depends. You don't have to. If you don't care about going to our channel bar, clicking on new, and then clicking on the dock channel bar, and then being able to look at the different channels periodically during the day without having your layout disappear, if you don't care about using this, then, I mean, I would always have the beta. I mean, I would always have the latest beta. I mean, I've done that since 2010. So what's that, 11 years of always using the beta. Now, what you see me when I'm having my some of the troubles that I've had, it's not the beta that's available to you guys. These are development versions, and why I'm having and I'm passing on my comments to the development group. So there's that. If you like the idea of being able to say group things together like this in what we call a docked window, then you need the beta. If you don't care about those things, then I guess you can stick with what we call the production version. Eventually, though, that production version will be with the dock channels and all the docking. So that's up to you, really. I mean, I like the docking. I like being able to group things. I can have something almost like a layout. Like I have a pre-market layout that I use, and then when I'm done, I just exit out. So instead of having to load another layout and all that, I just sort of exit out, because you can save your docked windows. You just right-click, save or share to cloud, and you see how I've named this one Dock Main Monitor Upper, and you just save it. So now this is all saved. This is all saved. I can bring it back at any time. Yeah, some people find it a little late, but there is, yes. Just search VWAP, cross above, cross below. It does usually require a little bit of volume. The reason being is that a stock can cross up and down many times, and so we have put a bit of a volume indicator in here too that a lot of people don't like, but that's just the way it is. But there is an alert. Yeah, crossed above, cross below. Well, it's not what I share in the channel. The channel bar is set. I don't share. Okay? I don't share it. I mean, this is just set. You can just scan through the different channels, and the whole idea is that you pick a channel. They're all themed. You might see a scan that you like. You like it, this Momo scan. You take a look at it. You right-click on it. Configure. You sort of see what are the filters that are being used. So this is on the way down. Rats. I was hoping I got that alert. I was hoping it was on the way up. So you can take a look at the filters that are in play. If you want to make a change, different price range or different volume, you can do so. But when you've set it the way you want, oh, I see. Okay, it just semantics thing. Yeah, this is not a channel. Yeah, this is not a channel. Sorry. Yeah, this is not a channel. This is just my layout. Yeah. Well, it's called DOVA. It's called VWAP. If you right-click on any alert window, okay, this is good for everybody. If you right-click on any alert window, and then type in, and then click on Configure, and then go to Search. If you're wondering if we have anything, sometime a filter or an indicator, just start typing. So I'm going to type in VWAP. So start typing VW, and here it is, crossed above, crossed below. Those are the alerts. Okay? Want to know what we have for RSI? You type in RSI. Stochastics. It's just a matter of MACD. If you don't see it here, in other words, if you don't see the time frame you're looking for or something, well, we don't have it then. Some people like the CCI. We don't have it. Okay, there's nothing there. So again, for you, DOVA, it's crossed above or crossed below VWAP. That's the alert. from the, you have to build a scan using that alert. Now a scan, in other words, have your filters, put a price range, minimum volume, things like that. I mean, I can't tell you what you're going to do, but look at this Eden, guys. That was from the just the momentum scan. So the whole idea, though, again, is a couple things. You don't have to know how to build anything. If you want to take my layout, the sample layout, if you want to take the scans that I've shared, what I would do is I would always maybe, get used to looking at them. But you can have like the basic new highs and lows. And once you have it loaded, I would right click on configure, and then the summary, and you can see what I'm looking for. Now you can tweak it if you want, put a different price range, maybe a different volume, things like that. If you're satisfied with what I've got, then great. Then it can be part of your layout. And again, the same thing with our in our channel bar. These are all themed layouts. All themed layouts. Stocks that are surging. Okay, I mean, take a look at it. The action is heating up right now. The most upward momentum right now. You sort of like what you see. You take a look and click on an alert. That looks interesting. Right click, configure, see what it's looking for. But you see what I'm trying to tell you guys, though, is that you didn't have to know how to create this. I mean, again, I would probably tighten up the price range. It's 1 in 1,000. I'd probably tighten that up if you want. You don't have to. But if you like this, then if you're using our dock version, then you just right click and duplicate into free floating window. This will show up on another monitor that I've got. And here it is. Now you can save it to the cloud. You right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. So now it's in the cloud. Why do that? Because now you can go through every one of the channels and maybe extract windows that you think you might like to have as part of your layout. You save them to the cloud. And then once you're ready to build your layout, you just file load from cloud. And if you saved it to the cloud, you'll see it right at the top. And you just start one by one, you start loading them. So you see, you don't have to know how we created this in the first place. Well, I don't know if it's a good time to buy SLQT. I mean, it was beaten up obviously on earnings. It's an all-time low. I mean, I can't tell you that it's a good time. I shorted this one myself. And I mean, it's still hanging there. I mean, who knows what it's going to do? This could be a continuation. Remember, it's an all-time low now. This could continue down tomorrow, based after its earnings. Well, we don't know. I would never say, oh yeah, this is a great time to buy. Yeah, I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. I mean, I might be totally surprised. The GOGL. It's a pretty big float. So, okay, Fox Tech Technology, you've got a question mark. What do you, did you hear me? Maybe you can't hear me. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Any chart in the window, can an audible alert be set up other than the alert that pops up on the dock window? Are you talking about setting a price alert on the chart? Is that what you mean? Oh yeah, oh for sure. Absolutely. So you need to have our price alerts window open, okay? So click on new and then price alerts window. Okay, you don't have to have it up and, well, you have to have it open, but you don't have to have, you can minimize it. Okay, so here's my price alerts window. Okay, let me get rid of these. Are the ones that triggered today. Okay, so if I put a price alert right here, let's see one that's moving. Well, I'll put one right here at 11:52. Okay, so what happened is if I had had this minimized, okay, if I had this minimized, what would happen? This price alerts window would have popped up on my screen. I would hear it, you know, because I can put an audible alert just by going through the actions. If you're used to putting an audible alert on your alert windows, it's the same feature, okay? Exactly the same way of doing it. And so when you minimize the window, when we get a price alert, it'll pop up on your screen, okay? And you will not miss it. You know, I always sort on the triggered column, so I'm always going to see it right at the top. Notice when it did trigger, it changed colors, but I mean, you can't miss it. Well, you know, the performance record of the software, I mean, you're building your own scan, so I mean, that's up to you. There's no such thing as the performance record of the software, you know, in the standard version. You know, I mean, when I click on it, these are ideas. These are all just ideas, right? So I click on an alert. Now, as a trader, I have to make up my mind, do I want to trade this stock? So, you know, some will look at something and trade it and it won't work. I will maybe look at the same one and not trade it because I don't like what I see. So there's no way to, you know, performance track record of the software. There's no way to know that. You know, I can say this, you know, as the one scan that my absolute 100% go-to scan is this one. Not too many alerts, and it always seems to give us some really nice looks during the day. Yeah, I just don't back test anything. I mean, David, yeah, you're right, but you know, we have a back test feature that you can take. You can create a scan and think, you know what, I think this might work. This type of a scan might work. Okay, and we have a back test feature. So you back test the strategy. You can back test it, say over I think a maximum of 63 trading days. And what it would do is it would take a look at every single instance in which your scan would have taken a trade or was alerted to. And at the end of it, it'll have a graph and it'll tell you basically, okay, you know, if you've taken every single alert that happened over the last 63 days based on your scan, you know, this is what would have happened. You know, and you'll see an equity curve, you know. So, you know what it's really good for? It's really good to show you that what you think might work may not work at all. Okay? A lot of people love to take opening range breaks. They think, man, that's got to be it. You know, I'll take an opening range break, opening 15-minute range break. Let's just, you know what? I'll just do it. Let's just create I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I am going to start from scratch. Oops, sorry about that. I'm going to start from scratch. Load the settings. I'm going to start from scratch. A lot of people think an opening range break might be really good. Let's just see. Okay, so I'm going to pick a price though. You know, I'm going to say let's go $1 to $25. Okay, let's get a decent relative volume. It's got to be trading somewhat abnormally. I want to make sure it's trading something. Say, I don't know, 250,000 shares at least. Okay. So I'm building this little scan, okay? I'm also I want it to be up for the day, or up from the open. So just let me, so I have to change from the open. There we go. Let's have a 3% change from the open. Okay, so here I'm building this little scan. Now I'm going to use a trigger. We're going to use an opening range break. And let's do a 15-minute opening range break. Add the alert. Okay, so I've just built this little scan. I'm going to call it 15-minute OR break. Okay? Because a lot of people, and we can go 30 minutes, we go 15, we go 5, whatever. But here it is. Now, let's back test this. Well, of course, it cannot start until at least 9:45, right? So that doesn't really matter. So I'll say 9:42. I'll keep the end time. I'm not going to do anything any differently. Timed exit. I'm not going to have any. I'm not going to have any timed exit. Oops. Boy, it's been a long time since I've used this. We'll just say 100. Okay, 160 minutes. It doesn't really matter. I just want to show you. I'm going to do the back test. Let's just see if this would have been maybe a profitable. In just a minute, please. My headset has died. Just 1 second, please. Okay, does that look like a good strategy, guys? Straight down, okay? Straight down. Now, that is crazy. Only 6 trades. That's almost impossible. Let me change a filter here. Ah, that's why. I put up $3 from the open, not 3%. I'm going to say that's impossible. So just give me a moment here. Boy, SPRT guys. Oh man, I think Zach's going to get his 20 today. Okay, now it's a little bit different. So now let's back test it. It's going to keep everything the same. I'll do the 30 afterwards, Rubber Toe, but so it's going through. Okay, there were 595 occurrences of this happening. All right, 595 occurrences over the last 63 trading days. Obviously not a winning strategy. I mean, look, I had a little blip up here that we were positive, okay? And then look at this. I'll change it to 30. Give me a moment. So we'll change it to 30. Let's see if that makes any difference. Okay, make sure I did that right. 30-minute. Okay, now let's back test that one. Yeah, still nothing. I mean, it's done. I mean, this is your zero line, guys. Here's where you're starting out. I have like $50,000 in here. I mean, still nothing. Now, I'm not saying there's absolutely no way to do this, but with the current values that I've got, with a price range and minimum volume and up from the, now you can go crazy and try to optimize it to make it work. I never, ever was able to find a winning strategy that back tested well on an opening range break. as an example. Now there might be another filter that if I added, hey, maybe that's the one. But that's real trial and error. That's why most of our customers do not do any back testing at all. That is a premium service. You know, if you're kind of into that sort of stuff, though, you can create your own strategy and go through the back tester, tweak it, but it really takes a lot of time. So Ben, the only thing I can say is that if you take a look, what were you using a top list window for your pre-market scan? Now, when you say way early in the morning, are you talking about before 7 o'clock Eastern time? Now, as far and I'll answer is okay, yeah. So our data doesn't come in until 7 in the morning. Okay, that's just the reality. Okay. So if that's your question, yeah. See how Google popped up? Who asked me that question before? David. Okay, David. So see how that popped up? So does that answer your question really? I mean, you know how you can put the price alert right on the chart, and then have your price alerts window minimized, and then boom, it'll just pop up. Yeah, as far as Sava is concerned, I mean, I have no, you know, what do I think about it? I think that it was obviously a horrible. I mean, I have no. I mean, I have no idea where it's going. I mean, you know, he got absolutely beaten up by that report that came out. You know, questioning the scientific method that they used. It's an Alzheimer drug. Okay, I mean, it just got absolutely beaten up. And it doesn't look like it's trying to. It's, you know, had a little bit of a bounce, but there's no real recovery in this one yet. Well, learning how to backtest, I mean, there's nothing to learn so much other than the fact of it's just trial and error. You know, I mean, there are all sorts of. Now, let me do one more. Did I get rid of that? I probably got rid of it. Let me backtest. I mean, listen, I'll backtest my option scanner. I mean, I don't think it probably won't backtest well at all. But do I care? Of course not. So let me make sure I don't have any custom formulas in here. Okay. Just see what happens. I have no idea what happens because I don't care. You know, these are just alerts for me, ideas, and that's why I don't backtest anymore, because a lot of times, you know what? I mean, am I going to say, oh, because it has done this, I should not be? I should scrap my my option scanner? Of course not. Okay, but now you can get into the optimization. And you can start to, you know, if you had a strategy that had at least, let me just close this. See, I haven't used this for so long. Let me do it again. I mean, that's basically what the AI goes through, okay? But I don't really think the AI is, it needs some work. I'll just be blunt about that. But, come on, finish. Tough to run it while the market's open, while other things are happening. But okay, let's just say for argument's sake that instead of this is the equity curve, always, you know, down, losing money. Let's just say though you had an equity curve that was moving up just a little bit, okay? Now you can start to say, okay, how can I optimize this? You know, maybe there's a price range. I mean, this is a bad example, but maybe there's a price range which I should either stay away from or concentrate on. Maybe there is a time of day where, I should concentrate on or stay away from. And you can start to, now you don't want to curve fit so much that you're down to one trade, but you see what I'm saying? You can start playing around with the optimization. Filters, I mean, you can start to get crazy. I mean, this is where the AI starts to look at all these filters. That's why, I mean, I don't do it anymore. I just don't have the time. I don't have the inclination anymore. But for those of you who want to, that's what you do. So when you say learn to backtest, this is where you would start. You would start off with a strategy, backtest it. If it looks like it has a glimmer of hope that it could be okay, then fine. Then you can start looking at the optimization. Okay? Does that make sense? But it takes time. And the other thing is that you might optimize it so that today it might look pretty good. You start running it for a couple of days, it looks pretty good, and then all of a sudden, hey, what happened? Third day, it's terrible. As David in their YouTube room is pointing out, I mean, past success does not absolutely guarantee future success, of course. And so then you've got to go back to the tweaking. Let's just say you had a strategy that was working pretty well, and then all of a sudden you're realizing, hey, all these alerts I'm getting are terrible. So now you have to go back and maybe tweak it again. And you may not be able to tweak it. In other words, you may not be able to find any sort of settings, changing the optimization values that make it work anymore. So you shelve it for a while, maybe bring it back a month later and see what's happening. Whoa, am I overtime? Hey, you got me 2 minutes extra. Anyway, guys, so that's, I used to, I mean, way back when, I used to go through the optimization procedure, try to do it, and, little bit of success, but I just found it just took way too much time, and that's when I had time, okay? Now I have no time. All right, guys, I'm shutting down. I just, got the shameless plug. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay, there's the promo code. Actually, just save my home page, okay? You go to my home page. Just save the link to the home page, and when you do, this is what you'll see, and here's the promo code you can use, plus all of the other, these two sections right here, lots of information. All the scans I've got, and a sample layout, and also all the education. So these, lots of information here. Save my link, then you can look at all this later on. All right, everybody, I think that is it. We've got a wrap today. Let's see, it's 3:04. Yeah, a bonus of 4 minutes for me. Okay, let me just change my little script. I'll shut the room down now. Hey, and tomorrow is Friday. All right, guys, I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks for all the help. Always appreciated. And have a great evening, everyone. And we shall see you tomorrow.